Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order a council meeting of Monday, April 15th, 2024. For everyone that can stand, please stand for the playing of the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton brasse porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Niagara Region and Grimsby are situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattaway-Wendourong, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The regional municipality of Niagara and the town of Grimsby stand with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest? Seeing none, before we approve the agenda, the clerk has an addition. Victoria, please go ahead.
This evening, we have a delegation request from Evan Sugden regarding report PA 2409. This request did come in after our deadline, but our procedures under section 7.59 allow council to pass a motion permitting the delegation to speak should you wish.
Is there a mover or seconder to permit the delegation? Councillor DeFlavio, seconder Councillor Sharwa. All in favor for the delegation? That's carried. Can I have a mover and seconder to approve the agenda as amended? Councillor DeVolde.
Wait, I have a deletion.
All right. Councillor DeVolde.
Mayor Jordan, I'd like to ask that agenda item 14.5 be deleted from our agenda as it does not pertain to any business or mandate of the town of Grimsby as a lower tier municipality.
All right, second by Councillor Frake. I think it's 15.5. So noted. We have a mover and seconder. All in favor? All right, so it's the long-term care.
That's my motion that we're deleting?
Yeah. Yeah, all in favor to delete? That's carried. Do you want it recorded?
Yes.
All right. All right, that motion's been carried. All right, I need a mover and seconder for approval of the amended agenda. Moved by Councillor Frick, second by Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Frick, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the April 15th, 2024 council meeting agenda be approved as amended. All in favor? That's carried. Our first delegation this evening is from Masami Trebu on the 23 Mountain Street Heritage Designation. Masami, please come to the podium.
Hello. I would like to thank all of you being here and for the counselors to give me the opportunity to express my concerns. My name is Masami Trebo. I live on 23 Mountain Street, Grimsby. I and my children have lived in Grimsby for 14 years to date. I am a registered massage therapist, and I have been serving the community since 2010. I have protected my family and my house literally with these hands. Next slide, please. Aside from fulfilling the basic needs for my family, such as my kids' education, I had managed to get the new roof in, new furnace, and renewed all the ductwork. I remarried a few years ago with my wonderful husband right there. We have been planning on some renovations, putting the windows and siding as priority as they are literally falling apart. We should be able to afford standard windows that will finally give us the pleasure to open and close them and prevent draft wind to keep us warm in winter. We should be able to afford standard sidings that are inflammable instead of wood, so the insurance companies are not alert of our home. As we speak, we had been declined from most major insurance companies, even to give us a quote. Although we have raised our voices on the financial and practical impact that the designation might cause us, there was no acknowledgement to our concerns under the name of bylaws. Next, please. We have a quiz for you. I might have given away too much already. How many of you here know my house? How many of you have seen my house? If you have seen my house, please try to picture it in your mind. Two-story home, symmetrical design, stained glass around the door. You might remember my house this way, right? Please. I would like to raise our concerns on the originality of some of the attributes. We obtained a second opinion for our due diligence, which raises some reasonable doubts on the integrity and originality. For example, the porch pillars. They used to be square, but now they are round. Next slide, please. Please tell me, am I not doing a great job here? What the house spoke to you, or the residents of Grimsby 170 years ago, I believe it's still speaking to you. By the way, the photo to your right is the old one. I truly believe that the integrity of this house will be protected better with cost-effective, energy-efficient, and safer materials. This should not cause my family to compromise the quality of life. Let me say this again. The quality of life for my family is interlocking with the integrity of my house. I am here to ask you to help us to continue to feel our house as our home. For this reason, we ask you to reconsider the list of attributes to remove undue hardships and make it possible for us to keep presenting this house as we have done until now. This is the answer to the quiz. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sami. Up next, we have Evan Sugden, delegation on 22 and 24 Mountain Street. Evan, come to the podium and go ahead. All right, sorry, you're online. Great, welcome, Evan.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for having me as a last-minute delegation tonight. I know it's a little bit by the wire, but I appreciate that. So through you and the rest of the members of council, my name is Evan Sugden. I'm an associate and heritage planner with the Big Leary Group. I've been retained by the Valor Group to provide heritage planning services on their behalf for their two properties in the downtown, 22 and 24 Main Street West. We've been working with town staff in terms of the ongoing proposal to have the properties designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. The owners have objected formally to the intent to have the properties designated under the Heritage Act for long-term protection. That was done on February 22nd. And then since then, we've been working with staff rather collaboratively, I must add, to have the bylaws essentially discussed and managed to discover what the key attributes are and the significance of these two buildings. 24 Main Street West is a sort of two-story commercial mixed-use building, standard of a lot of other Main Street character buildings in the downtowns all over small-town Ontario. 22 Main Street West is an interesting compilation of a house that's been converted for restaurant use and is set back from the street. We have been engaging with staff to try to manage the key attributes of the bylaw. And for the most part, it's been a good experience. However, the owners still have an active objection on the record for these two properties. They do not want them to be designated. They have authorized me, however, to offer a settlement option instead of having both of them designated. And this is an option that we've vetted through my team and with town staff. And so the option that they would like to propose, it relates mostly to 24 Main Street West. So 24 Main Street West, as I understand it, through discussions with staff and through review of their reporting, relates mostly to the front facade of that building. Specifically the window and door openings, its placement along the street with a 0-meter setback, and its overall height from floor to ceiling between each of the two floors. It's not been identified as a significant or important structure in itself. It's being identified as having significance due to its association with Mr. Livingston and a newspaper that used to be operated out of the building. Staff have done a great job in terms of providing the research for that in the attached report. We don't disagree with the Heritage Association, but what we do disagree with is the designation of that property specifically as a physical tie. We believe that the property's value can be commemorated through a future redevelopment. And that's sort of what the crux of the matter is here. The owners at Valor Group are worried about the what the two designations of their lands, which are side by side, would mean for their potential future redevelopment. When they purchased it, the lands were both listed and not designated, and now with the designation looming, they're worried that the designation could hinder or reduce their flexibility. And so what the owners are asking council to consider tonight, instead of designating both properties, is to apply a temporary conservation easement to the mixed-use commercial building at 24 Main Street West, rather than a Part 4 designation. The temporary conservation easement would achieve the town's protection of that building for the interim. And then upon a redevelopment proposal, which would intend to match that front yard setback, that building facade, that window opening and floor to ceiling height expression you see of that building today. However, it would be done through a new building. And so to be clear, the temporary conservation easement would be intended to conserve some of the design aesthetics of that building along the main street, but would be taken down in the fullness of time. In return, the owners have offered to remove their objection to 22 Main Street, which is the converted house and the one that's set back. And so with that offer, you would get interim protection for the 24 Main Street West commercial building. That would be removed to facilitate a development that keeps the existing features. And you would get the designation as generally proposed by town staff today for 22 Main Street West. It's an interesting offer. It's an option that can be done under the Heritage Act. And in that regards, there's only one comment with respect to the designation of 22 Main Street West. And it's two features specifically that have been listed as key attributes that the owners would want removed. And that would be the slate roof. I would tend to agree. I typically don't recommend maintaining materiality for roofs, especially because they are prone to getting damaged through things such as storms or hail or wind. And we're not opposed to the style and the coloring of the roof in particular, but the actual material, the slate, can be expensive and unnecessarily hindering to try to replicate if it were damaged. And so we're willing to keep the style of the shingle itself and the color, but the slate is not something the owners want to entertain. In addition, there's a sort of commercial addition that was added later to the building, and they don't want that included as well from the list of key attributes identified in the draft bylaw for long-term protection. And I would agree with that remark as well. Staff have been kind enough to sort of limit what that designation applies to, and they ask it only be to the front facade of that small addition. To me, if we're going to be protecting a building because it's a representative of an architectural style, and in this case, it's either Georgian or neoclassical for the main building, we shouldn't be protecting the unsympathetic additions that were added to it, especially if that sort of agreement is that it's a facade only. To me, that's not real conservation. It's facadism, and we should be sure to be conserving only the most valuable pieces of Grimsby's history. And so that is an alternative option that's on the table right now for Grimsby Council to consider. And thank you so much for your time and having me in last minute.
Thank you for your presentation. Evan, can I get a mover and seconder to receive the delegations? Councillor Bradsey, Councillor Korstanji. Moved by Councillor Bradsey, seconded by Councillor Korstanji. Resolved that the delegation from Masami Tribu and Evan Sugden be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have Councillor Frake's chair report on the April 2nd Corporate Services Committee meeting. Councillor Frake, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Okay, the Corporate Services meeting happened on April the 2nd. There was no disclosures of interest. We received Corporate Services minutes from March the 4th and the Grimsby Downtown BIA minutes from March the 13th, as well as a memorandum regarding financial processes, which I believe we'll be talking further to later. No delegations. There were some discussion reports, a discussion report on video surveillance policy The IT department is recommending that we put motion detecting cameras in a number of locations around town, of town properties. There's a list. I can read the list if you want, but you can also read it yourself. We received correspondence from the Niagara Regional Transit Commission, the manager's report, and the Niagara Regional Transit on-demand statistics, which I eager council to read. We also received under other business a verbal update on the keeping of farm animals, which is going to come to council in more thorough discussion, I think, at the next council meeting. And that was it. Thank you, Mayor Jordan.
Thank you, Councillor Brake. Can I have a mover and seconder to approve the previous minutes? Moved by Councillor Howe, second by Councillor Vardy. Councillor DeVoldy, you'd like to lift an item?
Oh, my, sorry.
Thank you. Mayor Jordan, I wasn't sure if I should be lifting it under this one or waiting until we approve the minutes to lift the item, but I wanted to lift corporate services, and in the minutes of April 2nd, that would be item 5.2.
All right, so we need a seconder to have those lifted and vote on them. Councillor Howe. All right. Moved by Councillor DeVoldy, second by Councillor Howe. Resolved that resolution COR 24-010 from the Corporate Services Committee be lifted.
Yeah.
Excuse me. COR 24-011 from the Corporate Services Committee meetings of April 2nd, 2024 be lifted for separate consideration. All in favor to lift? That's carried. All right, Councillor DeVoldy, did you want to start the discussion?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yes, as most of my fellow councillors are aware, of course, the mayor and I sit on the local board, the Grimsby Downtown Business Improvement Area, which is its new name. And this particular item came about because of a report that came to the BIA requesting financial autonomy. And I would just like to share a few comments with my fellow councillors about this particular item. I will say that, first and foremost, the board consists of small business owners, and my observations are that, of course, they now live in a world of government as a local board, and I think many times they struggle that there are rules they're not used to and things perhaps don't move as quickly as they would like. But likewise, because of that, I think they sometimes fall off the tracks because of it too. I'm hoping they won't be surprised by my comments. I've certainly shared some of these comments with them at the board table. And so I can't say we always see eye to eye, and that's democracy. But I would like to share some specific examples that have concerned me about the request for financial autonomy, and I'll just give you a few if I could. So in February, of course, a budget came to the board that was shared with the membership, and it was approved. And then in March, of course, came the request for financial autonomy, which is a very, very significant change to how the organization is run. And it saddens me greatly that, it wasn't done in the different order, I will say, that, there are financial implications to obtaining financial autonomy. And I am very concerned that it was raised in that manner. A budget was presented that now will be significantly different than what was initially proposed and came to us as a council as well for approval. Secondly, the costs of financial autonomy. They tried to estimate what they were. I did share my concerns with them that these costs will be significantly different than what they are forecasting. I'll give you a few examples, everything from audit fees to, one-time accounting transition costs, the time involved printing and mailing checks, insurance costs, preparation of T4s independently, and so on. All those things are costs that they did not build into their estimates neither. They certainly have expressed frustration on occasion with the payment process and feel it's very slow. In talking to our finance staff, though, we certainly turn things around in a week when all the appropriate paperwork is submitted, so I find no issue there. And there are other issues that, they have that they feel would best be supported by them being independent, and yet this method has worked for I'm going to say a decade or longer with other boards quite successfully, and I think there are ways to mitigate some of their concerns. So, and I'll give you one more example, I think, of areas where they still continue to struggle, and that has to do with drafting and releasing agendas within timely basis prior to the meetings, understanding how you go into close, how you come out of close, and the myriad of, I will say, government rules that surround that as well. They are still struggling to understand them and implement them, and that is with much, much, much assistance from our clerk's department, our finance department, from our town manager, from human resources, and so on. They have tried to draft some new policies, as was suggested in the report from our clerk. They are still working on that. Our town staff have not reviewed them and commented on them, and so there is still some work to go in that direction. The entire process of trying to move towards them having more financial autonomy has consumed considerable hours of their time. And I greatly fear because of that, though, there has not been that much time at the board table spent on the two primary mandates of a DIA, which is beautification and promotion of the businesses in the catchment area. And it worries me, it concerns me that so much time has been spent on this, and yet that has not allowed their primary purpose to really be worked on either. And so at this point in time, I can only share with my fellow councillors that, I don't really believe now is the time for them to become financially autonomous. I do agree with our clerk in her report that we should hold a special meeting and at least consult the membership before they take that step. I can certainly support that, and then would ask that these matters come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeVolle. Other comments? Councillor Korstanji.
Thank you, through Chair. I prefer to have this discussion with a delegation by the downtown business improvement area, because I do believe they did want to speak tonight, but were not able to because it wasn't on the agenda. So can we put a motion to defer this so they have the opportunity to be here to represent themselves?
Just a note from the clerk that we didn't receive a delegation request from the DIA. But your motion to defer is valid. We just need a seconder. Seconded, Councillor DeVolle, or DeFlavio, sorry. Yeah, is there a date we wanted to defer it to?
Yeah, I'm okay with the next meeting, through Chair.
So moved by Councillor Korstanji, second by Councillor DeFlavio, resolved that the, 24011 be deferred to May 6th meeting.
Can we get a recorded vote, please?
Sure. Yeah, so the minutes will be deferred to next meeting, so they won't be approved tonight. A recorded vote has been requested by Councillor Sharwa.
We'll defer that.
Just a point of clarification by the clerk. I think we're truly deferring the memo and by way of the minutes, if that clarifies it for council. All right, the deferral has been carried. All right, so we have moved by Councillor Howe, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the following minutes be approved as amended. Corporate Services Committee and Council as amended. Oh, Corporate Services as amended, sorry, and Council, April 2nd, 2024. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have the Library Board minutes. Can I have a mover and seconder for that? Councillor DeFlavio, second Councillor Howe. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Howe. Resolved that the Grimsby Public Library Board minutes of March 13th, 2024 be received. All in favor? That's carried. Are there any announcements this evening? Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just to say that last Thursday, I attended on your behalf, as I had said before, the opening of the newly renovated Sobeys, and it really was a lovely event. Everyone who had taken part in it, was acknowledged. I don't know how many of the first customers through the door got a $10 gift certificate, and as they exited, they received some snacks in a bag. So, it really was a nice event, and I have to say that the store looks amazing. So, it's a great addition to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy, for attending on my behalf. Councillor Howe.
Thank you, Chair. And I probably should have picked this up on the library minutes, but I had it in my mind, and I'm going to sound like a very repetitive type individual. But in less than a month now, May 10th, the Cultural Glam, the library, the museum, and the art gallery, going to be a very special night. They've been some very, very generous people for the blind auctions. There's going to be music and not me playing chopsticks on a cheap piano or anything. Some members from the Niagara Symphony. And it's a chance to act like adults, I guess. As, I kind of remember what it was like seeing people trying to be adults. And it's a very enjoyable evening. This is the second one. Last year was the first. And it goes towards helping 3 really good facilities that we've got in this municipality. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Howe. I hope to see everyone there. Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to steal your thunder because Councillor Frake and you were there as well, but we were invited to the West Niagara Secondary School opening, and what an incredible facility. I'm still sad that Grimsby Secondary School closed down, and I'm going to stand by that, but wow. The facility they've built there with that gorgeous auditorium, and as a teacher by day, the tech facilities and the gymnasiums and everything that they've done there is just a great educational institution for West Niagara. So I just wanted to say how beautiful the building was, and thank you to the board for the invitation, because it was truly a sight to see. I hope that they have doors open again, because there was great attendance that night, but I think people should really see the facility for themselves and see what has been done there, and just the auditorium alone. I hope we could start partnering with with the library for authors' nights, for some of the larger authors' nights, to use the facility. The sound equipment, everything in there is just gorgeous. So well done to the District School Board in Niagara.
Thank you, Councillor DeFlavio. I really like to second your comments. That theater is something that we all can be proud of. It's certainly probably the nicest theater between Hamilton and St. Catharines, for sure. I think it rivals the Meridian Theater, definitely, and the acoustics are great in that, and it's really nice to see that facility and to just see the spirit of the West Niagara Wolfpack. It was really made me happy to be there. Any further announcements? Seeing none, up next we have Regional Councillor Seaborn. Can you come up to the podium, please?
Well, thank you, Mayor Jordan. I have a couple of talking notes. I think everybody got it already, so they've digested all the numbers. I started last time saying there was no numbers. This time you're getting nothing but numbers. So hold on, here we go. We've started getting some of the results from our automated speed cameras. And the first quarter is in, so that was September to December 2023. They were located in Welland, St. Catharines, West Lincoln, and Niagara Falls. There was a total of over 15,000 tickets given out during that time. And the number that blew me away, and I had to actually get them to correct or make sure that I got this correct, was in September, there was 181 infractions per hour per day. By December, that was down to 60. That's still a lot of infractions, 60 per hour per day, but that was a 67% drop. People are starting to pay attention. Average speeds were down by 13%. And while not yet complete, but almost, Grimsby is showing a 14% decrease. In fact, in Grimsby, the average speed going through that area is 42 kilometers per hour. Congratulations, you've all got the right idea. Excessive speeds in community safety zones were responsible for 171 fatal accidents prior to the unanimous decision by the region and all municipalities to make our roads safer for pedestrians. The current camera in Grimsby for Park Road will cease to record on April 22nd. You got one more week. Please behave yourself. However, that speed of 40 kilometers an hour during the school time will remain. There will not be a camera taking pictures there, but the speed will be there. The next camera is coming for Blessed Trinity. It's coming in June. Shouldn't be too bad. There's not too many kids going to school in June, July, and August. But the speed will remain at 50 kilometers an hour. So the nice thing is you don't have a slowdown at that point. So that's all I'm saying about speed cameras. I do want to bring up another thing. We had a really interesting conversation with Public Health and Social Services. It was a report on Canada-wide early learning and child care programs. Now, according to GDAC, and this is what it struck my fancy, because I've been visiting your GDAC meetings a couple of times, and apparently a couple of the new builds in Grimsby will have childcare components in it, which is a terrific idea. In fact, Lakeview School has a childcare center currently under construction on the school property. The expansion of childcare facilities is a targeted provincial priority, especially for low-income families, special needs children, Indigenous and vulnerable families, as well as those that require the flexible care, so that's before and after school. There are 16 licensed childcare facilities in Grimsby with a total of 1,223 childcare spaces. 28 new ones were added last year, and this year there were 231 added for 2024. However, in Grimsby alone, there is a wait list of 1,574 unique children registered for childcare in Grimsby. Now, when you go on these registries, you're allowed to register up to 10 different facilities in the hope that you might get one of these. So when I speak of unique children, that is, these kids may be on 10 different lists, but there are over 1,500 children in Grimsby that need childcare spaces now. The lack of trained early education employees is by far the biggest problem. In fact, the province has increased compensation to them in the hope to get more students involved. In Niagara, there are 9,123 spaces still needed to fill the need, and that will require 434 new teachers and staff to take care of these kids. The province of Ontario allows for 1 in 3 eligible children to have a childcare space. So that is 9,000 represents 1/3 of the children that actually need those spaces. Lastly, our new fire chief, not fire chief, he's the chief of police, Bill Forty, officially took office on April 10th during the change of command ceremony. Forty is a 35-year police veteran, having spent most of his career as an RCMP in British Columbia. He is joined by 2 deputy chiefs, Luigi Greco, who has spent his entire life with the NRPS here in Niagara since 1997, and Todd Vasilich, who has spent 25 years under the leadership role of centralized investigation and emergency services. So I know we can all send our congratulations and best wishes to our new senior staff. And that's my report for today.
Thank you, Councillor Seaborn. Up next, sorry. Councillor Howe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Regional Councillor Seaborn, very proper. One thing that's just jumping right out at me, there's a sentence here, there have been 171 fatal accidents involving school children in Niagara prior to the Vision Zero safety program. How many years did they go back?
That's a very good question, because that was the number that was given me, and I do not know how far it's gone back. It's a lot of kids, and unfortunately, these are crossing guards that are making these reports most of the time. Crossing guards are the ones doing the best dance of all with these new cameras.
Okay.
Thank
But
you.
maybe if you could just verify that number, because that is one hell of a number.
It sure is, isn't it? Yeah, I will. Thank you.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Regional Councillor Seaborn. So the camera is going to be shut down the week of April 22nd. It looks like a permanent camera. So I'm just trying to understand what was the problem's not going to go away on April 22nd. If the camera was meant to be there, and so is it going to be turned back on periodically to remind people? How is this going to go going forward? Because I know that other municipalities, some of them have had some vandalism, unfortunately, done to their cameras. I don't think that solves the problem. You know, if going the speed limit is a concern, then go on a different road. They're always in school zones, and I don't like speed cameras, but I understand that they work. And anybody who doesn't believe that they work just needs to drive by Park School anytime during the day, because everybody who knows that camera is there slows down to 40 kilometers an hour. So it's clearly working. People are slowing down. And if that's what the goal is, then congratulations, it's working. So why put the camera there if it's not going to be on all the time, I guess is my question.
Great question. There are 4 cameras currently. So there may be a camera there, but that's going to come off and it's going somewhere else. So currently the region owns 4 cameras and 4 cameras only, and it's the cameras that literally go from location to location. They're being read by a company in Toronto, so they will cease reading hours sometime between now and next Monday. And you're right, though, that speed limit will stay in effect. The reason we have those big yellow and black signs telling us something is new, because I get asked that by 90% of the people that talk to me about speed cameras. The reason for that is when a speed camera takes your picture, it cannot tell for sure that that light was functioning at the time. So they take those flashing lights away and say, you had the big yellow sign and you had those the speed limits there to remind you of what the speed is. Now, it is my hope, and I will go out on a limb and say it is my hope. I have spoken to the transportation director and asked him to put flashing lights there. So once the speed camera comes off, I'm hoping new lights telling people, reminding people it's 40 will be put in its place. And I got to admit, that one set of signs, the number 40 is really small. Yeah.
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, I was going to suggest the same thing, and that is flashing lights during school hours, during the time period where it's 40 especially, to remind people. In the evening, if somebody's on, like, I'm going to be honest with you, if somebody's going 55 at 7 o'clock at night through that area, I'm less concerned about it. But during school hours, I think a flashing light to remind people if the camera's not there anymore would, we want people to slow down. In fact, I would have been okay if you just left the camera there and turned it off and didn't ticket people anymore, but just left the camera there to get people to slow down. I don't want to ticket people, and I don't think you want to ticket people. I think what we want is for people to slow down. And if the camera achieves that, whether it's on or off, it's doing its job. So, yeah, thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to suggest that I think we need larger signage. I've received comments about the 40 being small and the 50 being larger, so that it's kind of confusing. Flashing lights to let people know, because even there I was with a friend and on the weekend, and I'm like, slow down, you got to be 40, and she's like, well, I didn't see a sign. So it's not that visible, especially if you're not from around here. She was from Toronto. It's like, and then the last thing, why can't we have some other kind of safety measures like speed humps that just kind of trigger you to like, oh, there's a change in the road, and line painting. There's a lot that can be done, just with those kind of visual cues. So I'd like to see the region do more. I mean, I don't like speed cameras. For me, they feel kind of gotcha. Some rather see a sign that says, your speed is this, so that whoop, pull it back. So my comments, some more visual cues. Thank you.
I will tell you, however, that if Brandon was here right now, he'd be telling you that he doesn't like speed humps. They're really hard on snowplows.
You don't need to tell me that Brandon doesn't like speed humps.
Councillor Sharwell.
Through Mayor Jordan, thank you. So I'm opposed to these cameras, as you know. I do think that they are a cash grab. However, I do, I think that for the safety of the children, the slowing down, anything that you can do to slow down people driving during times when children are walking to school should be a priority. So I have no issues with having these cameras triggered between hours where kids are walking to school. But so that would be, 7 o'clock, I think, is the normal time that it kicks in till 9:30, let's say, right? 9:30 in the morning, because they're all in school at that time. The times that they're in school, they're not really, you can't really justify it as saying it's a community zone. It's for children that are actually technically in the building at that time. So that's just another consideration if in the middle of the day when kids are actually in the school and are not walking, that we're not billing people that are just, going about their day at a safe speed. That's just my 2 cents.
All right, seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Councillor Seaborn. Up next, we have consent report from the Planning Department on various heritage designations. Can I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bradsey. Counselor Frigg, what would you like to lift? It's on the floor.
Sorry. I want to speak specifically to 23 Mountain Road. I've heard the owners speak tonight, and I guess staff know how I feel about designating heritage properties when it's somebody's home. I don't think we should ever have to force someone who has a home to designate their property. It's their home. They're the ones that have put their money forward, financed it, put their lives on the line to have it. So I'm just wondering, I mean, if we cannot allow these folks to have what they want in this particular case. I'd like you to speak to that, because I particularly would support them having what they want. So I don't know if there's other designations on this list that people want to speak to, but that's the one that I want to zero in on.
Bianca, welcome to the podium.
Good evening, everyone. Through the mayor. So the recommended bylaw that has been prepared by staff is attached to the agenda. And that recommendation is based on best practices. So best practices speaks to the protection of original elements. And so staff is recommending that the windows and the siding be included. And the porch is a reproduction that was done. There's another house on the street that is a similar style. And so at some point a reproduction was done on it. And we have protected reproduction in the past. But as for the siding and the windows, we continue to recommend they be included in accordance with best practice. Ultimately, it's up to council to decide if they want those to be included or not. Staff did go on site and take a look at the materials, and repairs do need to be done to the siding, but in general, it was in good condition from a heritage perspective. And a lot of the windows have been painted shut, but they can be restored and brought back to their original glory. And so those two are in quite good condition. As far as rot goes, there is a couple areas of rot that can be updated. And just for council's reference, if in the future they wanted to change that siding out for something of a composite material, they would go through the heritage permit process, and then they could upgrade the siding, and same with windows. It's not like they're stuck with that if something happens in the future where they're experiencing a lot of rot. But best practice is always to keep as much as of the original elements as possible. So again, it's up to council if they want that to be included or not, but from a heritage perspective, we're giving you the best practices.
So these are recommendations. They do not have to do it? Because you said recommendations. That was the key word you mentioned. So they don't have to do what we're asking them to do.
Through the mayor, this is a staff recommendation, the bylaw, but if council were to proceed with the siding staying and the windows staying, those would be protected. And so it would only be in the case of a heritage permit that they could replace them, unless they were using wood. If they're just upgrading the wood siding with wood, then they can just continue as they normally would. Maintenance is always encouraged. So it would be if they were completely changing the material from wood, then a heritage permit would be required. If council didn't put the siding in and the windows in, because it's still an alteration to the site, then a heritage permit would still be required. And the goal for that is that when they're adding new modern materials, we can give them conservation advice on what should actually be happening. So for example, if they just went and put siding right on top of the siding, historic systems don't have air gaps. So when they're putting that on top, there's no longer any air going through. And so what's gonna happen is the wood underneath is gonna slowly break down, because moisture will get in, and then termites will get in. And so by having the heritage permit, we're able to make sure that the adequate restoration work is being done, so that those air gaps are being added in and the building is not falling apart underneath. So that's what the purpose of the heritage permit is. But ultimately, if the attributes are protected or not, that would be council's decision.
I mean, I hear from these folks here, and I believe they really want to take care of their home. I don't think they want to be putting in substandard material. I didn't hear that. And I don't see what is wrong with what they're trying to do. I mean, do they have to come to town to come here to us, to ask us our permission so they can make the alterations to their house? I mean, to change the windows? I mean, if they're putting in material that's going to be good quality material to put their house in the condition they want it to be, is there something wrong with that? I mean, do they have to come to town hall to get that approval? Do they have to pay for it? I mean, do they have to, or do they have to put in the material we recommend, which is probably going to be another extra cost to them, which I don't think is fair either. So lots of questions. I don't know if you can answer some of them, but I see nothing wrong with what they've been suggesting. I mean, it sounds perfect. I mean, that's what I would want to do. Sorry, go ahead.
Through the mayor. So of course, I think right now, as far as preservation goes, you want to keep as much of the original material. So the siding is very early, and the building is upwards of 170 years old. So because that's original element, you would want to keep it with the house. But if deterioration is happening, then and they're replacing with wood, they can just go ahead and do that. So if one of those boards are failing, they can put a new piece of wood in, of course, without coming to town hall. If they were completely changing the wood to something else, say it was a composite material, then they would come through for a heritage permit. We do not charge for heritage permits, and ultimately it's council's decision, and staff would again give you a recommendation based on best practices.
So what if they wanted to use a material that did what they wanted it to do, but didn't want to use the suggested material, which obviously could be more expensive or not available or whatever? I mean, it sounds like there's some rules around that too as to what material they can use. Do they have to use that material? If they come for a permit, do we dictate what they have to use?
Through the mayor. So if they're replacing in kind, meaning with exactly what's there, they don't need to come to council or to town hall. They can just do it. If they want to do something else, say they wanted to do vinyl, aluminum, or a composite material, then they would come to council. Staff would work with them to, again, talking about the building systems, make sure we have those air gaps in there so that the building is not going to deteriorate under the siding. We would give that feedback, but ultimately council would be the one to say, yes, you can put the composite material up, or we would like to see the heritage material be retained and have it be a repair. That would ultimately be up to council. And then, staff again would go in keeping with best practices, which would be the preservation of the original elements. And then council can decide.
So if we pass this now tonight, what is the recourse for the owners? What's the recourse if we pass this particular report tonight? What's the recourse for them? Do they have a recourse?
Through the mayor, there's no requirement for them to update anything. It would be like the same as today, but if they were doing things outside of maintenance, then they have to come in for a permit. First, I would say a consultation, because if it's maintenance work, then we would tell them to just go ahead. If it's a significant change, then they would come in for a heritage permit. And then again, ultimately, it's council who decides if they can replace that or not.
Okay, there's others who want to speak, so I'll stop there. Thanks. Thank you.
Councillor Korsanji. All right, Councillor Vardy first, and then Councillor Korsanji.
Thank you. I'm really ambivalent in that. On the one hand, when we have new developments, we're trying to encourage green architecture, heat saving, cooling, all of these things, windows with a great R value. And then on the other hand, we're telling someone with this very old house, well, just put in wood windows. And we're just not there. So I've kind of come to the point where maybe we need to pick and choose our heritage properties a little more, I'm just trying to find the right words, but we want them to be a little more special, not just, I'm worried that every old house is going to be declared heritage, and then, we're going to have all these residents facing certain challenges. And on the one hand, I think part of me goes, who is the government to tell me what I can do and not do with my house? That's the sort of the libertarian side of me. On the other side wants to kind of, protect the look and feel. That I can live with, protecting the look and feel, But, I mean, you can achieve the same look and feel with, like, modern windows. Matter of fact, your building will look better with modern windows than with, replacing them with old, like, wooden windows that don't open or have to slide up. So I kind of feel like we have to rethink a little bit our approach to heritage and what we're doing. And because I know we have quite a high number of heritage properties and heritage proposals. And I would feel most comfortable if we, and maybe it's just me, maybe other people are more comfortable, but if we could defer this discussion until we've had a chance to have a little bit of a rethink about our approach to heritage. So that's probably not what you want to hear, because I know how passionately you feel about this. But I think, until we can be able to offer at least some help to people who are, maintaining this heritage, I don't know, I'm feeling really ambivalent. So I would like to, if I could, put a motion to defer. I don't know if other people.
Just if I can cut in. Bianca, are there any pitfalls to deferring this?
Through the mayor, so we have a statutory timeline of 120 days to pass this bylaw. So if council doesn't pass the bylaw tonight, then we'll have to notice notice of intention to withdraw in the newspaper and on the town website. And I think just for council, some of my concerns with issuing that is there's been a lot of property owners that have come to council, and council sent, this message that they, we want to preserve our historic elements and our historic features. And so it's been prioritized. And so I just wanted to let council know that notice would be going out if you don't proceed tonight.
Councillor Gorstanji. No, the motion, debate has started. We had Councillor Frake speak. So debate has been started, so I don't think it's appropriate for deferral right at this time.
Okay,
So
thank you, through Chair.
I'd like to continue.
I was going to put a motion to defer too, so that's why I wanted you to speak. But how far away are we from the 120 days?
Thank you. Through the mayor, normally we like to bring it sooner, but we did extend the timeline so we could work with the property owners. They needed some more time. So it would have to be done tonight in order to meet the timelines. And, we talked a little bit about some of those green initiatives and some of the importance of having those green initiatives in the community. And so I just wanted to touch on, wood windows can be brought up to the energy efficiency of modern windows, and modern windows only last 25 years until the gas starts leaking out of them, and then they go into the landfill, where heritage windows can be restored every 50 years, and they could last upwards of 150 years, one single sash. Many of them are going longer in Europe. And then there's also different techniques and things you can use to bring up the R value, and we do have that information we can share with homeowners. There's also a lot of techniques for insulating the basement non-invasively, with just inserting insulation into different floor cavities. And all of this is stuff that we can help support the homeowners with. I know this house particularly did have insulation put in at some point, but because of time going on, it probably settled and needs to be redone and add an additional layer of the insulation. And then the other piece is, for a heritage building to break down in the landfill, it can take 65 years. And that's something that is all natural materials. And so some of the buildings of today may not even last 65 years. And then then that would just be for them to break even. And then those still have to break down in the landfill. So a lot of times Heritage is actually the greener option because you have something that's already built and has a lot of natural materials. Also, these buildings are built with old growth material, and so they're a lot stronger than products of today. So those are just some of the sustainability pieces.
Councillor Howe.
If I can, I'm going to reinforce what Bianca has said about wood windows. Most of you know that I've got a pretty old house, and my double hungs on the second floor, because I've got 2 vinyl windows that we replaced about 3 years after we were there. They're shot. The double hung wood, they're still working, and they've got a better seal. It just, yeah, so it's wrong to think that new is better. The old it'll work, just have to do it right.
Councillor Bradzi, then Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. I've got to say I support Councillors Vardy and Freak very much, but rather than echo a lot of what they've said, I think anything can be preserved if money's not an object, but unfortunately it is, and I think we do need to be a little more stringent on these designations that we're handing out, and also look at the lens that, Bianca, if you could confirm this, is it 10 to 40% reduction on taxes that designated properties can be asking for?
Through the mayor, there was a notice of motion that was brought not too long ago asking staff to look into that. So that's currently underway right now, the tax initiative. And then we're also working on the pilot for the grant program that council approved funding for. So.
And just if I can just add to that, I think we need to be looking at this from the lens of, do we want to be losing revenue to the town to preserve this? And I think in a decent amount of these instances, I personally would say no. But rather than to defer this, I think we should individually go through each one and vote on them as a council.
Victoria.
Through the chair, I just want to clarify, so because we're so close to the 120 days, deferring this isn't an option. Your option would be to pass the associated designated bylaws, or, and I'm just reading from page 5 out of 6 here, in the event that council does not wish to pass the designated bylaws, a notice of intention to withdraw will be served to the property owners, the Ontario Heritage Trust, and it will be published within the newspaper and posted on the town's website. Following this decisions, the properties will no longer have protections under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. So essentially, if we were to continue with this, and please correct me if I'm wrong, we would need to start the process from the beginning.
Are there some, in this motion, are there some properties that are, or where the owners are accepting of the designation? And can we split the ones that aren't out?
Bianca.
Thank you, through the mayor. I have 7 on the agenda tonight. 3 of them are St. Andrew's Church. They are supportive of the designation. I have 22 and 24 they delegated earlier. They had proposed an easement for 22, and that if we did the easement, they would be supportive of or taking away the appeal to 24. And then 23 Mountain was here tonight. They always have concerns with the designation. And then there's 34 Mountain, the first mayor of Grimsby's house, and they had appealed the original one and have been working with staff since. But staff does recommend that all of these buildings be protected for their significance, and I can go through that if that's helpful for council.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Mayor. A few questions through you. So for the 22 and 24 Main Street, they asked for a conservation easement. Can you explain the downside to a conservation easement? Would a conservation easement allow us to designate in the future? Why not a conservation easement? Because I'm not familiar with any conservation easements that the town has, other than obviously there's an easement on every heritage property that we designate, but how does a conservation easement work? What's the downside to it? Is this an option that we can look at more often to protect some of the homes that we're trying to protect? If you could speak to that, I'd appreciate it. And then I have other questions. Your worship, please.
Through the mayor, so the easement would be under Section 37 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and it's a municipal easement, and it's a mutually agreed upon agreement between the property owner and the town. And then within the easement, you can speak to the extents of the protection on the site. It can stay with the property indefinitely. In the case of 22, they're recommending that it be removed after their development. They would like to redevelop the site in the future, and after that's finished, they want the easement removed. So it can be really customized, but you know, I think that the property at 22 Main Street West did merit protection under the Heritage Act on its own, and it had its own historical significance. So at this point, we were recommending that both be designated and that we could continue discussions with the property owners.
Okay, through you, Mayor. So if the heritage easement allows us to protect the property, it sounds like, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like we could basically put the same things that are in the heritage designation into the easement if it's a mutually agreed upon easement. So we could say these are the things that we think are important. And then in the future, if there was a development that came forward, we could look at the property and say, is this something that we're comfortable with? And if not, could we still go to designation? In the future, you know, if 10 years from now they come forward with a development and we feel like, no, that's not good enough the way that you want to replace this or the changes that you want to make, if you can answer that.
So through the mayor, based on current legislation, until an application has been deemed complete, you can designate the site. Once an application is deemed complete, you can no longer designate the property. So that's the current legislation. That may change, but right now.
So further to everybody else's discussion earlier this evening, I would recommend that we enter into an easement on that property rather than, if we're talking about not designating against people's will, and an easement protects the property in the way that we want to protect it, then I'm fine with an easement on that property. Going back to the Mountain Street, the 22 Mountain Street, or sorry, 23 Mountain Street. Sorry, there's a lot of 22, 23, 24. I support Councillor Frake and Vardy and Barajsi. I think that if our goal is to preserve these properties, and I don't think that anybody can question how much, I am a huge proponent of heritage preservation. I do think we need to be realistic about what that means. And I think that windows for me is, and I respectfully, I understand our heritage planners' opinion on it. But again, if it's cost prohibitive to the owner at the time, if we ask that the windows be preserved and taken out, there are things that we could do along the way, ask them to keep them or to put them in storage for future preservation or things like that. But I don't want to restrict people's homes to a point where they can't live in them and repair them. I want to preserve the home as a whole. So whatever we can do to do that without putting such restrictions on people that are so restrictive that they can't make changes to their house, I think is the goal. That being said, all of the heritage designations that we have before us today are a result of the strategic direction that we gave staff. We in our strategic direction said, under responsible and progressive growth, that we want to protect, preserve, and enhance Grimsby's distinct heritage and culture. So if we want to change that, and we want to change that approach, We need to give that direction to staff, because everything that Bianca and the rest of our heritage staff is bringing forward is a result of what we told them to do. We said, go out there and protect all of these buildings, because we want to make sure that the buildings that are on the list that need to be protected are protected for the future. If that's something that we want to change, we as a council need to tell them that. Because otherwise, they're going to keep coming back with designation after designation after designation, because that's what we've asked them to do. We've asked them to do that. So in defense of Bianca and everybody and the rest of our planning staff, they're doing what we asked them to do. They're preserving Grimsby's heritage in the way that we asked them to do it. So if that's not what we want, or we wanted to take a different direction, and it's, let's choose the most important ones, the 2 or 3 most important ones, then let's tell them that, because otherwise we're going to keep getting wave after wave of heritage properties to protect. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor DeFlavio. I agree with you completely. Councillor Charwa.
There's also a gentleman online as well that has his hand up.
Delegations aren't permitted to speak.
Okay. So I feel as though, again, I want to give more power to the homeowner as well. So as far as the siding and the windows, if they have something that's more cost effective, then I would support them in their decision as well. Obviously, you know, you have certain parameters as far as what would be sensible. But I do want to kind of find that middle ground. So if we can come up with something that is that middle ground, then I'd support that.
Bianca.
Thank you, through the mayor. I think why Evan's hands up, 22 is the house. And so that was the one they were saying they would keep the designation for. And then the commercial buildings, 24, that's where the easement would be. And I'm sure, assuming Evan probably wanted to speak to the details of the easement, that's something that they would want removed after the proposal is put forward. So I'm thinking that's probably what he had his hand up about. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Bianca. Just before we get to the vote, I just want to add a little bit. Being a former owner of a house that was designated on Main Street West, it's the same age as the town of Grimsby, and we actually restored that property. We actually took aluminum siding, Kaiser aluminum siding that was put up in 1952, and took it off and restored the cedar, original cedar, old growth cedar underneath, and it was in remarkably good shape. And we did put an addition on the house, and I don't know if it was heritage correct, but we did use cedar siding. And to the point of, we put a chimney on that addition, and we sourced brick that was available in 1922. It was a reproduction, but it was Shenandoah brick that was period time. And the right clay for the area. And just the fact that we're, even though we left that house in 2011, we were proud that we proceeded to get that designated. And to the point of where we, someone that we were thinking of selling it to was, had come to town hall after promising us that he wanted to preserve the house. He had already gone to town hall within the next couple of days to look for a demolition permit to see how he could do it. And we had those reservations after we did restore the house, and we were just really happy that the builder that built the area where we used to live actually moved the house closer to the road and preserved it, and it is part of Grimsby's heritage, and it is the same age as both the Peach Kings and the town of Grimsby. And sorry to rant, but we moved to a house that's 96 years older than the house we sold, and we do have original windows. We have triple brick, and we love that house. And it was built by William Nixon. Bricks were fired at the old stone shop, and hauled up Wolverton in 1826. And it's something that we are passionate about, and we can lose heritage one building at a time, and eventually the fabric of Grimsby will be gone. And it's something where we have to band together and preserve the fabric of our community, and I feel very strongly about it. So, sorry about the rant. But moved by Councillor Frake, seconded by Councillor Bradsey, resolved that report PA 2409, Council Direction Report, 23 Main Street, or 23 Mountain Street, 34 Mountain Street, 154 Main Street West, 152 Main Street West, 7 St. Andrews Avenue, 22 Main Street West, and 24 Main Street West, dated April 15th, be received. Now, we've got them separately.
So we just need to vote.
We'll vote on the receiving of the report. All in favor?
Just receiving the report.
And that's carried. And now we're going to vote on them, on the properties separately. So resolve, same mover and seconder, resolve that council proceed with the passing of the designation bylaw for 34 Mountain Street. I think we'll do e-scribe on them all. Welcome, Harold.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Through you, Mayor. This is difficult. I've heard the delegation, and I think that we've done probably not the best job of communicating about the benefits of heritage preservation. And I live also in a designated home. I come from a city where residents are clamoring to be the first ones designated on the list of studies, and I don't understand why in Grimsby there's this strange, I guess it's maybe a perception that the badge of honor of being a heritage designation, which means you've got stamped on your house quality, and that's almost impossible and very expensive to rebuild today. It's reputable, coming from a credible organization, which is the municipality, stating that you have the stamp of approval of a privilege of being called a heritage designation. I mean, it's particularly for residential uses, especially because most residences don't go through a significant amount of redevelopment and infill and alteration. In most cases, residences in most cities and municipalities I'm familiar with are moving towards restoration. They actually, in many cases, try to get back to their original glory. And you see neighborhoods evolve. They go through decline, and then they come back. And as they become wealthier and there's gentrification, you see that people begin to remove the paint off the brick, begin to reinvest in the old, in restoration of some of the original works. And on their own, people will get back to the original qualities and architectural attributes of the building, even if it's not designated, because people can appreciate that. So I think that I just wanted to reiterate that the implications, if there is, to Councilor De Flavio's point, we are following Council's direction. We have legislation that's changed, and it has put limits on our ability to preserve, to use the heritage list, limitations on the listing of heritage properties and designations. And there's a lot of there's been an effort over this period of time to try and get the most important properties, the priority properties, to protection. Grimsby has a very interesting history. It's one I'm only beginning to really begin to appreciate. It has one of the most important concentrations of heritage protected buildings in Ontario, and I think that maybe there are things that we can do, and I think now that we've heard council, there might be things that we collectively as planners, now that we understand that some of the reluctancy and some of the issues or struggles and challenges that we're having in terms of the designation of properties, thinking that we're being onerous or that the property owners are somehow not being heard, or that they're expected to do things that are against their will. Those are just that kind of perception is certainly not what we want to communicate. And I think that we, with this badge of honor, we've extended, and we are here to help them make sure that these properties continue to be preserved and protected. So our hope is that, with a situation, if it might be difficult, that we'd be providing assistance free of charge and helping them to come to solutions around that. At the end of the day, on a case-by-case basis, my understanding is that council would be able to make decisions on attributes that need to be changed. For example, if an owner was to come back and say, I can't afford the siding, and we need to come up with an alternative, this is an alternative that's cheaper, it's more affordable, we can at least protect the house. Council at that point would decide on those aspects of the attributes that if having heard the owner agrees with the owner, then it would still, the property would still be protected and still designated. And on those attributes given an homeowner's issue with a particular aspect, then council can make a decision on that attribute. So I'm saying that the door is still open to change, and there's still opportunities, although I doubt that this will happen. I think this is something that is not a common practice. The reason I'm standing up to talk about this is because I think that, with this particular designation, and not to single it out, there is an implication, and that we need to be aware of, that once the 120 days is up, and this goes out to public in terms of it being council's intent to remove the intent to designate, it sends a message. And I just want to be very clear about that. So it's sending a message that this is an option now. So if this is about a change in priority for council, then this pretty much announces that. And so I just wanted to be clear about the implications of this decision. And if that's the case, then we proceed and we just deal with it. We just deal with it we'll just deal with the outcomes as it might unfold. Anyhow, I'm just in closing. I just want to say, I think we've heard some very important points that have been made. I think we need to do some figuring out about how we better communicate and demonstrate that this is not something that should be a burden to homeowners. And I think that, in fact, it's something that would lead in most often cases, higher property values and a greater appreciation of the properties. So anyway, I think that we need to do a better job of communicating. We need to do a better job of maybe providing some direction on how there might be options and alternatives as well. And I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Harold. Up first, we have resolved that council proceed with passing of the designation bylaw for 34 Mountain Street. E-scribe vote, please. Yeah, 34 Mountain Street. That's carried. Up next, we have resolved that council proceed with the passing of the designation for 154 Main Street West. E-scribe vote, please. All right, that's carried. Resolved that council proceed with the passing of the designation bylaw for 152 Main Street West. E-scribe, please. And that's carried. Resolved that council proceed with the passing of designation bylaw for 7 St. Andrews Avenue. E-scribe, please. And that's carried. Resolved that council proceed with the passing of designation bylaw for 22 Main Street West. E-scribe, please. And that's carried. Resolved that council proceed with the passing of designation bylaw for 24 Main Street West. E-scribe, please.
Through the mayor, just to be clear, there's no easement right now. So that was something they're proposing, but for this one, a notice would be going out saying council withdrew it. And this is the location of the Grimsby Independent newspaper.
All right, e-scribe vote, please. All right, and that's carried. Resolved that council proceed with the passing of the designation bylaw for 23 Mountain Street. E-scribe vote, please. Councillor DeFlavio, you can propose an amendment if you like.
Yeah, further to our discussions earlier, I think that I want to support the heritage designation, but I think that if a homeowner comes before us, specifically asks for a couple of items to be removed, gives justification for those things, we need to consider them. So I hope council will consider removing at least the windows and the siding. If the porch is something that we think we need to preserve, but that's, I'd like to see the windows and the siding removed.
I just want to ask the mover and seconder if they're happy with that. But all right, so we can put forward the motion to amend separately. And I would I don't know if you can do if you want to do this, but I would like to separate out the two things.
Sure, so you want to keep one in and not the other?
So separate out the vote on the siding and the windows separately?
That's fine with me. I think I want to just consider it. Sorry, I want to make sure that we're considering what the homeowners were asking. So yes, absolutely. And if people want to do the porch separately as well, and because that was another thing those are the three items, right? It was the porch, the siding, and the windows. If we want to vote on those one by one, however you feel is the appropriate way to do it. I just think that it's important that we include that in our discussion. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to be clear from the homeowners, what were the things that were the priority for them that they were most concerned about, so we could exempt those things. So if it's those things, the porch, the siding, and windows, then, and if you feel it necessary to vote on each one, we can do that, but I know how I'm voting, so I don't think it's, you know, the way I feel is that even without being designated, they can always come to us and ask questions about how can they still find congruence with the look and feel without having a certain financial constraint. So, I voted no before. So, however you want to do this, if you want to do them separately, we can do them separately. But I want to make sure that we address those things because that was the biggest concern for the constituent.
I'd like a point of clarification from Bianca because I'd like the expert to explain to us what are the ramifications of each of the items.
Maybe, Katie, I sent you a slide. Maybe I can just show you. I'm going to show you two houses side by side, one that has all the original elements and one that slowly had the original elements removed. And so the one on the left is the home of John Grout. He was the founder of the Grout Foundry and invented the sulky plow. So that's where he lived, and he operated the Grout Foundry, which was at Elman Mountain, and it was built in 1850. Just so everyone's aware, this style of house came into popularity in the 1860s. And in 1850, this actually was in Grimsby. It was very rare in the Ontario landscape. And it just showed the prosperity of John Grout and that he was able to have something that was actually quite advanced for the time. And it is highly intact, which is also very rare. And so we have a house that's just up the road from it. This was built later in 1904. And it just shows the contrast of a building that's had a lot of the original elements removed in contrast with one that is just so highly intact. And so I just wanted to show council that so that they can see what it would look like as you slowly remove some of those elements. And just speak to some of the other items. If we have failure occurring, we are here to support the homeowners and look at composite materials that will work. The heritage permit will guide all of that to take place. And so it's not that they're stuck with everything they have if it starts to deteriorate. And then in further to that, like it just gives that extra care before something is removed. And from a best practice standpoint, this is why best practice says keep original elements in contrast with why original elements are discouraged from being removed. And that's from the standards and guidelines for historic places in Canada. So I thought that would be helpful. But thanks.
Thank you, Bianca. So moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Sharwa. Resolved that council proceed with the passing of designation bylaw for 23 Mountain Street, save and accept the porch attribute. So that's the first one we're voting on. E-scribe, please. All right, that was carried. The next one is resolved that council proceed with the passing of designation bylaw for 23 Mountain Street, save and accept the window attribute. All right, that is carried. Sorry. Resolved that council proceed with the passing of the designation bylaw for 23 Mountain Street. Save and accept the siding attribute. E-scribe, please. And that's carried. And now we move to our original motion, moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bradsey. Resolved that council proceed in the passing of the designation bylaw for 23 Mountain Street. E-scribe, please.
As amended.
As amended, sorry.
What's the amendment on it?
The amendment.
All right, that's carried. Next is a report from the Integrity Commissioner, Michael Maynard. Can I have a mover and seconder to get it on the floor for discussion? Michael is online this evening and is welcome to start the discussion. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Bradsey. Michael, good evening. You're ready to go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for having me here this evening. So at a previous meeting, council had requested that I go back and investigate a matter that I had reported on with a preliminary issue letter. I've now completed that inquiry pursuant to council's direction. That was from the March 4th meeting, and that is the report that you have before you now. I don't really have anything to say about it. You have the report. You've had a chance to review it. The report speaks for itself. And, as always, when I come here, I don't really make comments or engage in any significant discussion about these reports. But I'm certainly happy to answer questions for clarification if there are any. But otherwise, it's there on the agenda for everyone. And I welcome your discussion and however you're going to deal with it. Thanks.
Councillor Sharwa.
Through Mayor Jordan. I just had a few questions, actually. 3 questions. The first one had to do with the preliminary report. You had stated that Mayor Jordan acknowledged that it has been my office's longstanding practice to only consider matters of decorum at council meetings, example, Code Section 4, when council refers matters to me. The mayor has nonetheless requested that I remove, sorry, I'm trying to even read my own handwriting here. The mayor has nonetheless requested that I commence an inquiry without council's referral in this case. So I'm just wondering if you could maybe just go over what happened there and why you felt it was significant to put in your preliminary report. That's my first question.
Well, I mean, my preliminary report's, through the mayor, my preliminary report's not before you now. It was before you on March 4th, I believe. Why I included that information in the report? I included it in the report because that's basically the standard that we've set for every report that we've done for Grimsby and elsewhere. So when we decide not to, when we decide that we can't deal with an issue because of a preliminary reason, and in this case, because the mayor had advanced some information that he felt had made it an extraordinary circumstance, We felt that it wasn't an extraordinary circumstance and released the letter to demonstrate that we were holding on to our precedents with respect to that question.
Thank you. My second question pertains to a section of municipal code. Members shall perform their functions with integrity, accountability, and transparency, avoiding improper use of influence of their office and conflicts of interest, both real and apparent. What does that mean specifically relating to apparent conflicts of interest? And why does the code state both real and apparent?
So, I mean, a real conflict of interest, I think, should be pretty clear what it is. Sorry, again, through you, Mr. Mayor. A real conflict of interest, apparent what it is. It's an actual conflict of interest that exists. An apparent one is one where there is a significant, reasonable public perception that there would be an issue there. Now, the test for that, usually there's a sort of a reasonable person test. So someone apprised of all the information would look at that and consider that maybe there's a problem that would need to be dealt with. So that's what we're sort of looking at when there's an apparent issue.
Okay, thank you. And my third one has to do with preferential treatment. So I looked up in the Integrity Commissioner decisions some cases that were similar, and it says in case MO4 1718, attending a conference, it says a public servant must endeavor to avoid creating the appearance that preferential treatment is being given. And the decision from the Integrity Commissioner says the ethics executive reminded the public servant that the public servant must endeavor to avoid creating the appearance that the public servant was giving preferential treatment to the organization or anyone affiliated with the organization. Can you expand on what that means?
No, I don't. Sorry, through the mayor, I don't know if I can comment on someone else's decision without having read it based simply on what you've provided here. And I also am not sure how that relates to the report that's on the agenda right now. So I don't know that I can really get into that at this point.
I'm just.
If you have a request for advice, Councillor, if you have a request for advice about that or something, feel free to send it to me.
My
Or if
question.
council wishes to make a referral question to me, I can probably draft a memo and get back to you, but.
Okay, my question's mostly just on the term preferential treatment. I'm just wondering if you can, if there's anything there that relates to preferential treatment in the Municipal Act and what that means. What are responsibilities?
Again, Councillor, I can't comment on another decision, and I don't want to offer a hypothetical answer about what that might be. I just don't think it's appropriate for me to do that in this particular forum about a report that has nothing to do with that.
Okay, I appreciate the answers. I have something I'd like to read if possible.
I guess.
Thank you. So I'd like to outline a few points related to this report. First, in my opinion, as an Integrity Commissioner complaint, it's flawed and it's a pay-to-play process. It focuses solely on the complaint and refrains from investigating whether the one who initiated the complaint was also at fault. Were my actions justified? My replies, which I believe to be justifications, became counter-complaints and were deemed irrelevant. Deemed irrelevant to this complaint, but could be published and relevant if I filed my own formal complaint against the complainant. Were procedural bylaws broken? Were procedural bylaws broken by not consulting with the Integrity Commissioner prior to on a development? We will not know unless a paid complaint is.
I think there's a point of order on the floor.
I think rather than deliberate this anymore, I think we need to come to a headwind here. I think actually you just apologized last time this was on the floor. This is done and it's gone. And again, even tonight, I actually do have a question for the Integrity Commissioner. Actually, for our CAO. On the conclusion and recommendations, it lists lists option 1, a reprimand, and option 2, a suspension.
Yeah.
Can you define reprimand?
I don't think that is correct, what because you raised a point of order. Point of order is procedurally has to deal with what the comments are.
I was just putting my hand up to speak next, actually.
All right, so I thought you had a point of order, so.
I'd like to continue. I do have an apology at the end. Thank you. Town of Grimsby Procedural Bylaw 2074, Code of Conduct, Conflicts of Interest states, members shall avoid conflicts of interest, both pecuniary and non-pecuniary. Members shall take proactive steps to mitigate conflicts of interest in order to maintain public confidence in the town and its elected officials. Members are encouraged to seek guidance from the Integrity Commissioner when they become aware that they may have a conflict of interest. It's my belief that by failing to seek the advice of the Integrity Commissioner and voting enclosed without such advice and or taking actions to correct the appearance of preferential treatment violates several sections of the Code of Conduct, which deteriorates public confidence. It is my belief long-standing members of council ought to know that accepting a substantial campaign donation from a developer partner, then voting enclosed in favor of a development which is not in common with the electors generally, will be scrutinized by the public. Doing so does not promote public confidence. The code states that members shall perform their functions with integrity, accountability, and transparency, avoiding improper use of influence in their office and conflicts of interest, both real and apparent. An apparent conflict of interest is defined as one in which a reasonable person would think that the professional's judgment is likely to be compromised. It has the appearance of conflict even if there is no actual conflict present. These situations can lead to questions about the integrity and impartiality of an individual within the organization and by implication of the organization itself. It is my belief that a longstanding member of council ought to know that a reasonable person may think it's an apparent conflict of interest and could harm the entire organization's reputation. Referring back to the Integrity Commissioner training we were provided with a year ago, the very first item references the Collingwood Judicial Inquiry, which states members of council are trustees of the public interest. Council members must ensure that this public trust governs all their actions and decisions. My interpretation and understanding of this inquiry is that my number one responsibility as a councillor is foremost to the public who elected me. The Integrity Commissioner, however, made it clear it is not the place for a council member to monitor the processes of another council member. We all have a responsibility to self-regulate and follow procedures. I acknowledge that I should not have questioned Mayor Jordan's process at our meeting and should have done so privately. I apologize for doing so. It has always been my intention to improve our community in my role as a councillor. I am hardworking and consistently show up for my constituents. I'm not perfect, as none of us here are, but I try my best. I ask that this report be used as a learning tool and warning with no loss of remuneration. This is my first IC complaint within my first year on council. Grimsby residents rely on me to help them, and if I'm absent, it will further stall progress in our community. Thank you for your consideration.
Michael, do you have any comments?
Sorry, through you, Mayor. No, I don't wish to engage in any sort of, debate or discussion about that. I mean, I think there are certainly some questions around, what the definition of a reasonable person is in that case. I think the law has been pretty clear about campaign donations being, the provincial government has set a limit on what those are, and anything under that limit is generally considered to be fine. So as long as it's duly reported, I'm not saying anything that's not already in my report. So I don't think I should engage in discussion. I would just point out, though, for the councillor, and sort of there is the recommendation, and the finding is what it is. I have found that there's a breach of the code, and that is what it is. It is up to council entirely to decide what the appropriate penalty will be in accordance with the Municipal Act. A suspension of remuneration does not mean being absent. That would be up to the council member themselves, whether or not they wish to work during that period or not. But it is under the Act a suspension of remuneration, not a suspension of duties or barring them from attending meetings or from doing their job. It is a suspension of remuneration. So I just comment on that. I'm not sure if that was the point that the councillor was making, but it sounded that way to me. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Thank you for the clarification, Michael. Councillor Bradzi.
I just wanted to also ask the CAO what number one, the suspension of remuneration was number 2, but number 1 just says a reprimand. I don't know what.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if Michael wants to answer that, but usually a reprimand would be I've seen apologies being asked training paid by the town, it would be more remedial in nature. But I believe our code of conduct would require that to be stipulated, that there is a remedial kind of, remedial kind of solution. Right, Michael?
Yeah, through the mayor. So, I mean, a reprimand is essentially that. It's a public censure. It's a statement by council that, that they, have taken a position against the way that the councilor acted effectively. So, in the same way that you'd make a statement about anything that we disagree with the way that this unfolded, or we disagree with the actions of the councilor, and we issue this reprimand essentially. And it's just something that's on the record. There can, of course, be remedial elements added to that, but your code doesn't speak to anything with respect to remedial elements. Certain codes do throughout the province. I don't typically recommend anything that's not in the Municipal Act. That's just me. But certainly there are some codes out there that have additional remedial measures that can be taken. And occasionally they can be taken in lieu of a penalty. So, if there was to be like a remedial measure, say, for example, if the member was to issue an apology and agree to attend training or whatever, then we wouldn't follow through with a particular penalty. But if the member was not to do that, then we would have to go ahead and issue the reprimand or the suspension or whatever. So there's maybe some ways to play with that, but not in your code currently. Your code really only speaks to what's in the Municipal Act, and those are the two options that I set forth in the report.
Thank you, Michael. Any further questions? Just before
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I feel for the councillor, yet at the same time, when listening to the comments that she has just made, the first half of the speech is, I was justified in doing this. And then the second half is, give me a break, I'm new. You knew at the last meeting that it was not a conflict of interest, because Mr. Maynard said so. And that's when I suggested you just apologize then and there. But you were so steadfast in your belief, despite being told that it was not a conflict of interest, you went ahead with it. So now you got the speeding ticket. And that's just the reality. You can't just say, I'm sorry because I got caught. When you attack somebody's reputation, and it was my interpretation that was the point of what you were doing, not my interpretation that it was not an altruistic, trying to be transparent, whatever. And if you look back, I know the mayor, if you're talking about the particular development in question, the mayor voted in favor of it last term. So it didn't influence anything in his vote. So my feeling like you had a chance to say you're sorry and move on, and you didn't take it because you were so convinced that you were right, and you weren't. And it worries me. It worries me when things like that happen. And I don't want to be vindictive. I don't, like I feel for you. I know you're upset, but at the same time, you did something that could be interpreted as mean. And I feel for that. So I don't know, it kind of leaves me with things just the way they are. I'm sorry it turned out this way. I'm sorry you didn't apologize last time, but you didn't. So here we are. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Councillor Korsanji.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I have a question for Mr. Maynard. Did you declare it wasn't a conflict of interest, or there was no investigation on that, was there not?
No, my report, sorry to the mayor, my report doesn't deal with the question because it's not relevant. It's not before me. But generally speaking, as I've advised this council before, a campaign donation is lawful. So and it's permitted, under law, and the Ontario government sets what the acceptable rate is. So if the Ontario government says it's fine, I don't see what the problem would be.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clear that there was no investigation because I think that's part of what Councillor Schwa was talking about. I mean, it's a whole different thing, so I really don't want to get into it. I just verify that no investigation was done on that. So it kind of is, whether or not it happened is sort of, it hasn't been determined, right?
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. Just for clarity, at the last meeting, Mr. Maynard, you stated that because this was a campaign donation and it was declared, I mean, you spoke that it's not a conflict of interest. You said those words. So it was a campaign donation, it was declared legally, and those campaign donations are legal and they're not conflict of interest. You stated that. So we all knew at that time, before going forward last time, that it could have just been an apology on her behalf and over and done.
Michael?
Thank you. Just to Mr. Jenner, through you, if I can just respond to that. My statement, I believe, and just to be very, very careful, is that lawful campaign donations are not generally considered to give rise to a conflict of interest. So I'm not, I have not done an analysis specifically. I have not conducted an investigation, with respect to the mayor, and again, just to say the whole thing was about a campaign donation. As clearly laid out in my report, and I can say, generally speaking, campaign donations that are lawful and properly reported do not give rise to conflicts of interest. I don't want to talk about that one in particular. Generally speaking, that is the case.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Thanks, Mayor. Are we speaking to what the council is going to, how council is going to proceed now, or is that another step? Okay, sorry, I'll wait for an answer.
Through the chair, yes. So the motion that would be on the floor right now is the recommendation contained within the report.
Sorry, one of the two, reprimand or the financial penalty?
Yeah, if I may speak for Michael for a moment, I think there was just a little confusion. If in that where it says 1, a reprimand, or 2, a suspension, he's just outlining the options of the code of conduct versus the recommendation is down on page 17 where he makes a recommendation. And sorry, maybe just verify with Michael that that's correct.
Through the mayor, yes, that is correct. So the options are set out on page 16. Those are the 2 options that are set forth in the Municipal Act and repeated in your code. And my recommendation out of those options is on page 17 in bold, near the top of the page, second paragraph on that page.
Through you, Mayor. So a question for Mr. Maynard then. I'm not familiar with how Integrity Commissioner recommendations work because this is my first experience with it in many years of council. So are they generally progressive, or is it each on a case-by-case basis? Because in my day job as a teacher, the idea of progressive discipline, where the first offense, it might be a warning, second offense might be a little bit harsher, the third offense, is you get stricter as or more harsh as the person offends again and again and again. Is that something that's common practice with Integrity Commissioners' reports, or is it always done on a case-by-case basis?
Through the mayor, I can't speak to how other Integrity Commissioners do it. I have taken that approach, but there are certain factors that you consider even on a first case basis, which I've done here. And as you can see on page 16, I've set out a number of factors that I would consider and that I did consider when determining what my recommendation should be. Again, I want to point out, though, that my recommendation is exactly that. Council is the one that has the decision-making authority with respect to penalty. So you can choose to accept my recommendation. You can choose to do something else entirely, as long as it's lawful and, in accordance with the Municipal Act. If council believes that a different penalty is more appropriate, then you're more than welcome to do that. But I set out the factors that I considered in making this recommendation. Now, I hope that we're not ever in a situation where I have to think about penalties in a progressive way. But that, I have done that in the past where I've had to.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Mayor. So taking Mr. Mayor's report into consideration, I think that clearly it states that there was a problem and that needs to be rectified. I'm in favor of a reprimand and not a financial penalty. I don't think that members of council are getting rich up here. I don't think that a financial penalty is necessary, personally. I am in favor of progressive discipline, though, and when people repeat offend, that we have to take the next one into consideration with the previous. So, I think a reprimand without a financial penalty and without a suspension is the way to go this time. I do think that all of us need to take this as a learning opportunity, not just Councillor Charwa, that what we say is important, and the way that we say it is important, that we need to treat all of us, each other with respect, and that there's enough mudslinging outside of council that we should, when we're talking to one another, talk to one another with respect and treat each other's opinions as opinions. Let's talk about about the issue at hand, not about the person. And so I think a reprimand is the way to go. Council is going to make their own decision, obviously, but I'm in favor of a reprimand without financial penalty and without suspension.
Do you want to do that second?
Mr. Mayor, may I just speak to that very quickly?
Yes, go ahead, Michael.
Thank you. So through you, Mayor, I just wanted to be clear, Councilor Flavio, you just said without a financial penalty and without a suspension. I want to be clear that those are the same thing. And there is no suspension of duties or, barring anyone from attending meetings or coming to council. It is a suspension of pay. That is the financial penalty. It's not both. And I know you just said and. So I want to make sure that you're not thinking that there's two separate things that are involved here. A suspension of pay is just that, and that's all it is. There's no suspension of duties involved with that. That's not what the act says. So just to remember, it says suspension of remuneration paid to the member in respect of his or her services as a member of council. It doesn't say a suspension of those services.
Councillor Bradzi.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. So kind of what I'm hearing, I'm not really hearing too many options for a reprimand. I'm basically hearing the only options are the length of days to suspend remuneration. Is that correct? Is financial penalty the only penalty?
Sorry, is that for me?
Yeah, if you can shed some light.
Sorry, to the mayor, no. The council can choose to a reprimand if that's what you wish to do. If council wants to issue a reprimand, someone would just have to move that. And you can vote on it and decide. If you want a suspension of remuneration based on, my recommendation or for any other amount that you choose, it's entirely up to you.
Thank you. I just
obviously within the limits.
I thought
up to 90 days.
We're good now. I thought the last meeting when the apology was suggested, that I thought that was determined that wouldn't be like an option, as now it sounds like would be under the category reprimand. But maybe that's my confusion.
Sorry, to the mayor, a reprimand is not an apology. I mean, you can a reprimand is essentially a statement by council that they, do not agree with, or that they, sanction the behavior, that's being discussed. So, however you would want to craft that, I don't ever get involved in crafting reprimands. But essentially it's just a statement of council's position on the question. If there's a remedial thing to be included in that, that's, I said possible, but that's not in your code. Your code says a reprimand or a suspension of remuneration. So I think in this case, a reprimand would be exactly that. It would be a statement by council of its discontent with the conduct, and that was found to have breached the code.
I think that sounds like a plausible option. We'll go with the council statement.
All right,
and
just
along with the board.
before council decides on how we're going to move forward, I just want to declare a conflict of interest, and I won't be participating in the discipline or the vote. So I'm going to ask Councillor Vardy to take the chair right now, and
I'm going to refrain from voting as well, for the same reason.
Councillor Sharwa, you've declared as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so where we're at right now, we have a resolution. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor DeVoley.
I was just going to say, we just go with the recommendation of the Integrity Commissioner and vote on it. I mean, we went through great lengths and great expense to hire an Integrity Commissioner to go and do a fulsome report, and he came back with his recommendation. What does it say to the Integrity Commissioner if we say now we don't agree with you? He is the one there. This office has gone out and done a huge amount of work and come up with a decision. It could have been harsher. I don't think it was too bad overall. So if we're going to tell the Integrity Commissioner, hey, look, we're not going to go along with your recommendation, what does it say about us? I'll leave it at that. I mean, I just think we should go with the recommendation and move on from there.
Councillor DeVoley.
Thank you, Chair. In one of my other unpaid jobs, we run into very similar questions with even more far-reaching implications to the respondents. And I just wanted to share 3 thoughts with my fellow councillors, and I'll call them principles that we often ask ourselves when we are trying to decide on these really serious cases. And the first principle that we often look to is remorse. Does the respondent, Councillor Sharwa in this case, understand what the standard of conduct is and where and how they did not meet it? Do they act or they, feel remorseful for the actions that they took? And not just at the time when finally the report comes to us, but did they act and sound remorseful prior to any of this? The second principle that we often live by and look to is what I call remediation. Basically, what steps have the respondent taken on their own to make amends and to learn from this prior to the complaint reaching the stage it is at? The third principle that we also look to is the risk of reoffense. Basically, can they be rehabilitated? Do they understand? Are they at risk of reoffending? And what do we need to do in order to actually protect others, whether that's fellow counselors or staff, the public, residents, any of those? But, what steps should we be taking in order to prevent reoffense in these situations too? The Integrity Commissioner has recommended 15 days. I'm not so sure at the end of the day that it's really the size of the penalty that makes a difference to most cases. 15 days. I don't know about you folks, but my paycheck has the standard CPP and tax come off, so a 15-day pay is about $750. If it were a 30-day penalty, we'd be talking $1,500. I don't think at the end of the day, it's the size of the penalty that makes a difference in this case. I think it is the damage to one's reputation that actually is at play here, and unfortunately, it is at play and has been proven as well. So, when I look at each of those principles in trying to decide what my decision is, I have to say that I support the recommendation from our Integrity Commissioner to go with a penalty of 15 days. Pardon me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barazzi, did you have your hand up?
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. I got to say, I want to echo a lot of what Councillor Davoli just said, and in remorse specifically. For me, starting out an apology with the pay-to-play comment was extremely off-putting. I'm going to kind of say that I think around the horseshoe, whether to have a disciplinary action or to not, it's probably a yes. So can we table a vote now? Say a yes is 30 days and a no is 15 days? Or do we need to first have a vote to have a suspension?
Thank you. I think there's two things at play here. The first is the resolution put forward by Councillor DeFlavio, which has not yet been seconded. And it says, resolve that the Integrity Commissioner report be received and that the Councillor Charrois be issued a reprimand to be determined what the reprimand of, would be. If this is seconded and voted down, then the next thing that we would vote on would be we receive the report and the member's pay is suspended for 15 days. So we have to deal with Councillor DeFlavio's first, and if that is voted down, then we go to the recommendation of Mr. Maynard, the Integrity Commissioner. Okay, Councillor Korsanji.
Thank you. Through Chair, I wonder if Councillor DeFlavio is open to an amendment of reprimand of training.
Yeah, whatever council feels is appropriate. I just don't want to financially punish somebody for their first offense. I'm not saying that that's not something I'll consider in the future, but it is a first offense. I hope that it's a learning experience. I don't disagree with what people are saying around the table. I just, you might argue that the pay is not a significant one, but it is.
If I could just sort of intervene, yeah. It's not in our code of conduct to be able to do that. So it is not an option for what we're discussing here today. So I've been advised by the clerk.
If I could then, Chair, I think a reprimand that expresses that we don't agree with the conduct that we agree with the findings of the Integrity Commissioner's report, other than the financial, because we're going to have to vote on a financial penalty anyway. A reprimand says we don't condone the behavior. We don't think it was okay. We don't want to see it again in the future by either Councillor Charwar or any member of council. And then in the future, if we have to deal with something like this again, we're going to have to step it up and punish people further.
All right, so, okay, so basically what's on the table here is Councillor DeFlavio, seconded by Councillor Costangi. If you accept this, then if you say yes to this, then it's no to the financial penalty. If you say no to what's on the floor, then you vote again on the financial penalty. Is that correct, Clerk? Thank you. So could I have a recorded vote, please? Now, do I have to go back to my seat to vote? No, I can vote for you. Okay. I'm voting no to the reprimand. Okay. Yeah, this is no, just for the reprimand. If you want to pay the fine. That's defeated. Okay. Okay. Sorry, that's been defeated. So now we will move on to, I don't know, I guess you need that. So now we'll move on to the Integrity Commissioner's report. Resolve that the Integrity Commissioner report, IC 28571-1223 be received, and that Councillor Charwar's remuneration as a member be suspended for 15 days. Recorded vote, please. So this is if you want to receive the report and the member gets suspended pay for 15 days. That's carried. Okay. What's that? Councillor Frake?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that that's out of the way, sorry.
Whatever the clerk suggests.
I don't know what he's going to say, so.
Nobody knows what I'm going to say. I would like to suggest or recommend we pass a second motion that we give the Integrity Commissioner the authority to go full investigation like we did with this in future investigations. Because I think we had to go through two different steps in this one. So I would like to see the Integrity Commissioner given the authority to be able to go through with a full investigation next time around and going forward.
Okay, if I could ask you just to hold that there, we'll bring the others in.
Okay.
So that you can.
Can you put that in a motion for me or something?
Through the chair, I believe we need the other people in the room to hear what your
Okay,
motion
all right,
is
okay.
and have the debate.
Okay.
They would not have a conflict of interest.
Okay, all right.
I would presume against
Okay,
the specific
understand.
notice.
All right, let's take a 5-minute recess to give the clerk the opportunity.
We're good.
Okay. 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 So we'll just wait for Councillor Howe to return. Do we want to take a 5-minute break? Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you very much.
I don't want to take a break. You can't talk about it. You can't discuss the vote in between.
Vote has taken place. We're not discussing the
For
vote.
the next motion, I'm talking about whatever
Well,
Councillor
no,
Councillor Frigg is
that's
talking.
why I've asked the councillor to be quiet, so he can reintroduce whatever he wants to say with everybody in the room. So 5-minute break, thank you.
So welcome back, everyone. The meeting is resumed. And Councillor Frake?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. While Michael Maynard is here, I'm going to suggest that we put this resolution forward. I know we need 2/3 vote to do this, but I'm sorry?
Councillor Sharwa, you have a point of order?
Yes, I have a point of order based on our motion last week. I brought forward some motions, and you had brought forward I brought forward notices of motion, and then you brought a notice of motion forward to delete notices of motion unless they were provided prior to, I think it was Wednesday or something. So your notice of motion right now is not valid based on your notice of motion from last week.
Procedurally, and maybe the clerk can help me, I think that this is a resolution on the floor right now, and Councillor Frake is going to ask for two-thirds to waive procedural bylaw to allow a resolution while we have our integrity commissioner here.
Can I just get clarification as well? This is legitimately, I'm just asking for clarification. Who is the final say and everything? Like, who takes final responsibility for procedure? Is it the chair or is it the clerk? Like, I just want to know who, at the end of the day, is responsible for the procedure that we go through.
The clerk is ultimately responsible to give a recommendation to the chair, but the chair can proceed in his own way as long as it's following Robert's rules.
Okay, so at the end of the day, it's the chair that gets the final say that is ultimately responsible. Okay, thank you.
I do want to follow the rules of procedure, by the way. I mean, so if there's not a 2/3 vote, this is dead. But I just thought while the integrity commissioner is here, he could give us his opinion too. So can I read it or not?
Let him read it.
So you can read your resolution, and then we'll have a second resolution to suspend the rules of procedure.
Okay.
To obtain 2/3 if successful.
I don't believe you can even read your motion based on our procedures and our notice of motion from last week that became a motion. So I don't know that you're even allowed to continue even reading it at this point.
Maybe you're the expert, I'm not. We'll refer to the clerk.
Yes, council, the resolution has to be read in order for council to know what they're waiving the rules of procedure for. So if you don't know what the resolution is, it seems suspect to waive the rules of procedure in advance.
I still think it's a point of order, and I don't know that based on now if this is going to be debated, so I don't know that Councillor Bradzi can even talk on this right now, or else it'll become a motion.
I'm going to deny your point of order and have Councillor Frake read his resolution.
We okay? Resolved that the integrity commissioner be delegated the authority to investigate matters of decorum at council meetings in the future. And the reason why I'm suggesting this, can I speak to that? I want to make sure we follow the rules.
I think what we're going to do is get a motion to waive the 2/3, and then you're welcome to speak on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And you do need a seconder. So you need a mover and seconder to suspend procedure. Chief. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Yeah. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the rules of procedure be temporarily suspended by an affirmative vote of 2/3 to discuss Councillor Frake's motion. E-scribe vote, please. All right, that's carried.
So you can explain your motion.
Yeah, you can speak on your
Can I speak very
motion
briefly
now.
to it? This is not like rocket science or very complicated. We know that we've gone through 2 steps in this Integrity Commissioner investigation that we just finished. And we had to go through 2 steps because there was one little piece missing out of our procedures, and that was giving the Integrity Commissioner the authority to investigate matters of decorum at council meetings in the future. So in any future investigations, that he be allowed to go ahead without having to come back to council for approval. That's what I'm suggesting, and that's what my motion is suggesting. So I can't say it any clearer than that. I just like to take out the 2-step approach and just have it all in one investigation rather than 2. And I don't know if Mr. Mayor wants to speak to that, the efficiency of doing that. I would certainly welcome him, Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
I think it's up to Michael. Michael, go ahead.
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. If the Municipal Act essentially permits councils to make their own rules, to make, with respect to the code of conduct, you establish your own code of conduct, you establish your own procedures with respect to the code of conduct, the complaints protocol. And so if it's the will of council to provide me with explicit direction that I have freestanding jurisdiction to consider certain types of matters where I've previously found that I don't have such freestanding jurisdiction, then I think that's up to council.
Thank you.
Sorry, if I might add just to the efficiency piece, I mean, I think being able to do 1 report instead of 2 would certainly be more efficient. But again, it's up to council what you'd like to do. The only thing that to note is that if you are granting me freestanding jurisdiction, it is then permitting me to essentially immediately, without council giving any further thought to it, review decisions of the chair in meetings. So it does take away some authority that way from the chair.
Thank you, Michael. Councillor Bradzi.
Thank you, Chair, through you. I got to say, well, first, I voted to put this on the floor to be efficient, since you're seeing as you're already here. But I think this definitely would have been not only more efficient, it just would have been smoother had it not had to come to council at our last meeting. If it would have just came in here tonight, there's no point in debating this twice, in my opinion. And there is no other, as I understand, other recourse for code of conduct issues but to go to the IC. So I'm in support of this, actually.
Any Councillor Korstanji.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just have a question for Mr. Maynard. Can you elaborate a little on how that would affect the chair? I don't quite understand that.
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. Effectively, the chair is through the procedural bylaw, is the person who's in charge of governing meetings. As we sort of just discussed a few minutes ago, who makes the decisions about how procedures go? It's the chair. And certainly the clerk is there to advise and whatever, but it's the chair that makes the decisions. So on issues of decorum in particular, and that's what we're talking about here, because there are lots of things that happen at council meetings that I think I have the authority to decide on. But when it comes to issues of decorum, the traditional position of the chair is to manage the meeting, to hear things like points of order, to consider matters of decorum. If someone's acting in a manner that's disruptive to council, the chair has certain procedural tools that they can use, to ask the member not to do that, or if necessary, to remove the member. So there's lots of things that the chair can do. And my position as an integrity commissioner, not every integrity commissioner has taken this position, but it's one that I've been very consistent on for a long time now. And it goes back, as I've said repeatedly, in my reports to this council and others, it does go back to the very first integrity commissioner for municipalities in the province. This idea that, as an outside impartial person, I don't really have the authority, freestanding authority, to come back and review whether or not the chair did a good job of maintaining decorum in a meeting. And effectively, if I can hear any complaint at all from anyone about sort of indecorous behavior or whatever, at a meeting, then essentially I would have the authority that the chair normally has, which is deciding whether or not someone acted properly in a council meeting. And that's the traditional position of what the chair is there for.
And I just want to further add that as chair, I'm quite happy to accept the will of council. So, Councillor Charwa.
Through Mayor Jordan, I'm just wondering how this affects if there are any complaints in the queue. So I'm assuming that we would still be on the same, like, if there was something in the queue, that it would still be policy that was from when this was initiated previously, not now and then new things come up. Can you expand on that?
It's an interesting question. Sorry, through you, Mayor. That's a good question. To be honest, I would have to turn my mind to that. I don't know the answer off the top of my head about how I would deal with that. It probably require a little bit of research and consideration. That's a bit of a complex question at this point. Yeah, sorry, that's the best I can do right now. I'll have to turn my mind to that question.
Councillor Howe.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. And just to clarify for my own mind, though, but are we suggesting that Michael can tune in to a council meeting at any time and see something that he doesn't like? Or would we trigger it? We would trigger. Okay, as long as I know that we're holding the trigger. Okay. Yeah.
If I may speak to that just briefly, just to, I can't hear the. All right. Okay. Thanks, through you, Mayor. Yeah, my jurisdiction to decide on a code of conduct matter is initiated by a complaint process. I can't self-start a complaint. There are only a few things where I believe I have the authority to sort of self-refer an issue, and those are all related to conduct of a counselor while I'm already in the process of an investigation. So, for example, if I'm investigating because someone brought a complaint to me, I can't do that myself. Someone brings a complaint to me, I'm investigating, and I find that the member being investigated began to, commit an act of reprisal. For example, threatened the person who investigated them, or threatened a witness, or made it seem like they were going to do something in retaliation. Then I could add that to what I'm already doing. But otherwise, I can't self-start a complaint.
Thank you. Councillor Charwa.
Through Mayor Jordan, I'm just wondering, have you ever done this before? Have you ever had somebody ask you to do this? Mr. Maynard, this is for you.
Sure, through the mayor. So I am an integrity commissioner for, I think, 19 municipalities. Don't quote me on that, in Ontario, and also for 3 school boards. And the school boards right now do not have an obligation to have an integrity commissioner, whereas municipalities do. And the school boards have specifically told me that they want me doing that. So I have freestanding jurisdiction in the school boards that I work with. So if anyone brings a complaint about something that happened at a school board, I investigate it just as I would ordinarily. With municipalities, a little bit different. I've always asked the municipality to give me the jurisdiction to do so. And again, if you want to give me freestanding jurisdiction, that's up to you.
Okay, sorry, I should have clarified. So I meant for the municipality, have you ever had a municipal council ask you to provide this service, like to come forward? I don't know if I'm getting the point across. Like, has this ever been something that another council has raised in the same way?
Through Mayor, not to my recollection, I don't think this has come up in any meeting that I've been at anyway. And I'm trying to think of whether there are any councils that have dealt with it. I can't really think of any where this has been an issue that's been before me. This idea of should we grant freestanding jurisdiction or not.
Councillor Vardy.
Yeah, I'm just going to say I'm a little bit ambivalent, having been going back to last term when I wanted to file a complaint, but was told that I couldn't because the mayor has jurisdiction and all the votes were going 5-4. So I never had an opportunity to clear my reputation of some really spurious things that were said about me. So that does concern me. I also wouldn't like, I just hope this doesn't degenerate into a whole pile of nasty little complaints. So I'm kind of ambivalent. Thank you.
Councillor Bradzi.
Thank you, Chair. I got to say, I kind of agree with Councillor Vardy. With someone could have a legitimate complaint, but only the support of 4 of their colleagues up here. Maybe as a fail-safe, could we require that they must have at least 1 seconder on the complaint? It's okay. At least she has one supportive council, but
It doesn't come to council. It goes to the integrity commissioner.
Okay. I'm fine with this. I support it.
All right, moved by Councillor Frick, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the integrity commissioner be delegated the authority to investigate matters of decorum at council meetings in the future. E-scribe vote, please. All right, that's carried. And Michael, I just would like respectfully to ask you to stay for the next 2 notice of motions. Thank you.
Certainly, Mayor, I'm happy to help.
All right. That's 4 now, right?
Correct.
All right. We have 4 notice of motions for Councillor Charwa that will be discussed tonight. The first one is about the Integrity Commissioner informal process. Councillor Sharwa has moved it. Is there a seconder? Councillor Korsanji is the seconder. Moved by Councillor Sharwa, second by Councillor Korsanji, where Section 22321 of the Municipal Act 2001, SO 2001, C25, authorizing municipality to establish codes of conduct for members of council of the municipality and local boards of the municipality, and whereas the town of Grimsby established bylaw 20-74 to establish such codes of conduct, and whereas the town of Grimsby and its taxpayers have incurred excessive integrity commissioner costs exceeding budget requirements in its 2018 to 2022 term as a result of formal integrity commissioner complaints among members of council, and whereas an informal complaint process is noted by bylaw 20-74 and offers similar benefits as dispute resolution as an informal complaint, but with minimal expenses, and whereas bylaw 20-74 encourages individuals to pursue the informal complaint procedure as a means of stopping and remedying the behavior of activity that is inconsistent with the code of conduct. However, it is not a precondition or prerequisite that the complainant pursue the informal complaint procedure prior to pursuing the formal complaint procedure. Therefore, be it resolved that bylaw 20-74 be amended to make filing an informal complaint a precondition or prerequisite as a first step prior to pursuing a formal complaint. Formal complaints cannot be filed until an informal complaint has been filed and concluded. Discussion? Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I think going through a kind of mediated discussion is a good thing and a good first step. If somebody sort of does something and it attacks your reputation, and then you have a mediated discussion, those discussions and resolutions within those discussions, having gone through mediation, are binding and confidential. So what happens is if somebody says something and it affects your reputation, you're of course going to want to have the opportunity to be able to publicly refute those allegations. And by forcing mediation, it can take that opportunity away. So while I would favor that that mediation always be offered first, I don't think making it mandatory is necessarily the way to go, because then it's going to be meaningless, right? Because if it's something, and I'm still stinging from last term, so if it's something that you want to be able to publicly clarify, mediation isn't going to be able to do that for you. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy, and I apologize, Michael. I should have probably let you speak to the resolution first. So if you do have anything to say, I'm giving you your time now.
Sure thing. No apology needed at all. That's fine. Happy to talk about it. So, council might know, maybe you don't. I mean, I come to this work as being a mediator. I've been a mediator for, I don't know, close to 20 years. And that's the work I've done for most of my professional life. I've conducted somewhere around 2,500 mediations of different types of cases. And I offer mediation as an integrity commissioner, as a way of resolving complaints. I don't offer it always. I offer it where I think it's appropriate, and I offer it as an option. And it is something that the parties have to mutually agree to participate in. And it's been successful many times when I've offered it. So it is certainly something that is an option. It's always an option, and any member of council can request that. There's an informal process for dealing with complaints, and that can always include bringing me in to assist in an informal kind of way. Participating in a mediation does not preclude a member from bringing a formal complaint. and a resolution that comes out of a mediation, like, the agreement that you make in a mediation process, while the process itself is, of course, confidential, the agreement could include something like, I agree to put this complaint aside and terminate it if you make a public statement of apology to me. I mean, that's the sort of thing that could potentially happen through a mediation. So am I largely supportive of mediation to resolve issues? Yes, I am. Absolutely, where I think it's appropriate. I don't think all code of conduct matters are necessarily appropriate for mediation. There are lots of types of things that can come up in the code that really there's no issue that can be mediated. I mean, mediating a point of disagreement, so in sort of an interpersonal sort of matter, it might make sense. But how do you mediate a complaint about a gift or benefit that that is alleged to have been improperly received by a member? Is it appropriate to mediate a case where someone is alleging harassment, as opposed to just they said something to me that I think was disrespectful under the code? If it's actually an allegation of harassment, should two individuals in that circumstance be forced to come together and stare at each other for 3 hours with me sort of sitting in between them, waiting for the time to sort of tick down before I proceed with a formal complaint? So while I do think that mediation can be encouraged, and I would encourage members to take that opportunity and certainly come to me if that's what you'd like to do, I don't know that mandatory mediation is necessarily something. And again, I don't want to offer sort of legal advice on this or whatever, whether it's even possible. But from a practical standpoint, there are certainly a lot of cases that I get that even I don't think I would be able to successfully mediate. So I don't know if forcing it is necessarily something that I could affect, something that I could actually do, sort of effectively in all cases. But certainly some, absolutely, and I would encourage it.
Thank you for that clarification, Michael. Councillor Korstanji.
Thank you, through Chair. I wonder if Councillor Shaw would be open to a friendly amendment to have the wording changed to something, therefore be it resolved that councillors take all reasonable efforts to seek informal complaints before filing.
I'd be open to that, yes.
So how are we changing that?
Just cancel a public as well.
I'd say council for sure.
Councillor DeVoley.
Mayor Jordan, but I think our bylaw already says, and it was quoted in Councillor Charrois' resolution here, that it already encourages individuals to pursue the informal complaint process. So I don't know how changing this changes anything that we already have built into our bylaw. I think our bylaw already encourages that, so this motion is just redundant then on top of it.
Councillor Charrois.
Through Mayor Jordan, thank you. I appreciate your comments. However, the informal complaint process is rarely used. Very, very rarely used. We go straight for the jugular with the formal complaint process. This is just a way of putting it out there, hopefully resolving the issue before it does damage in the way that damage has been done already.
Friendly amendment or not?
I don't think so. Councillor Bradsey.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. I just wanted to also echo Councillor DeVoley's comments. I think it's great practice, and I think every one of us up here should seek to mediate any issues that we see ourselves in. But I just don't see how passing a motion, I'm going to say the word redundant, it honestly becomes redundant at this point. So I'd like to call the question.
All right, Michael, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Through you, Mayor. Just to look at your council code of conduct complaint protocol informal complaint procedure. Your informal complaint procedure essentially says that a member should file a written request and supporting affidavit with the clerk, and the clerk basically acts as a conduit. Like, I'm going to forward this to you, and then you forward something back to me, and if both of you agree that you can just put it aside and get along, then great. It doesn't particularly speak to engaging me in mediation. So if that's something you wanted to add, that could be done, and I don't think it would be redundant based on my understanding of your complaint protocol as it is right now. So there is an informal complaint procedure, but you could amend it if you wanted to. Just wanted to point that out.
Just a point of clarification, then if you're the conduit for the informal procedure, obviously there would be a further cost to the municipality.
Point of order. Sorry, can I just call a point of order? Councillor Bradsey just came over and had a private conversation with Councillor Frick during this discussion. I don't believe he's allowed to do that.
All right.
Sorry, Michael, I just wanted to point that out.
I didn't see him come over, so.
But he did.
Yeah, he shouldn't be leaving his chair.
I just want to apologize. I didn't know I wasn't allowed to have a sidebar, but I did not leave my chair.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if you want me to address what you mentioned. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if something is referred to me informally or formally, my services are, of course, charged to the municipality. I wouldn't necessarily suggest that you have to get rid of what you have, but you could add it as an additional option. I wouldn't say I should replace the system, but I could be in sort of an appendix to it. But again, I'm not angling for more work here. I've got plenty. But if that's the will of council, if you wanted to do that, then certainly you could codify it. It's an option anyway. If a formal complaint is brought to me, there's a process, but I have, I think, enough discretion to be able to say, do you want to try it this way instead, where I think it's appropriate. But if council wanted to build something in as an option, you could always do that, in my view.
Thank you, Michael. Councillor DeVoley.
Mayor Jordan, a question for Mr. Maynard then. So let's just walk through a what-if scenario that a complaint goes in and it's referred, it goes to you to assist in mediation, and let's say the mediation is successful. That's great. We know how that would end. Let's say it's not successful, and then someone still decides to go forward with a formal complaint. Would you also be assisting in the formal complaint process, or do you stand down then because you've been a part of the mediation process?
Thanks for the question through you, Mayor. It's a great question. And I think an important one. So there are different schools of thought on this. So for me, personally, if I mediated a case and then it failed, the mediation failed and it didn't come to a resolution, I would delegate the investigation to one of the investigators that we have approved with the municipality. I don't think I would be required to do so, but my own personal belief is that that would be appropriate. Mediation, like MED-ARB, is a process that exists where a mediator can mediate a case, and then if it doesn't work, set that aside and just come up with a decision. It really just depends on the parameters and what everyone agrees to, what the mediation process is up front. So anything can be done on consent. If the parties agree that, going into it, that, we'll try to come to a resolution here, but if we don't, then you can decide, Mr. Maynard, then that's totally fine. It's on consent. So it really just depends, I think, on the situation, on the parties. But as a matter of course, typically, my standard operating procedure, put it that way, my standard operating procedure for mediation is to say, look, we're here to have an open dialogue, and I'm not here to judge you. I'm not here to judge what you say. I'm not here to tell you if you're right or wrong. I'm not here to make a decision for anyone. That's not the role, very sort of a facilitative approach to mediation. I don't have to do it that way. I have skill sets to do it other ways, and I have done it other ways, but that's my usual approach. And if I was to take that approach in a mediation, then most likely what would happen if it didn't succeed is that I would refer it to an investigator in my office to do it. And I would probably give them an unlimited delegation. Most of my delegations to an investigator are, you can investigate and report subject to my review and approval. On occasion, I have delegated an unlimited delegation to someone saying, you investigate this. You're an approved investigator with the municipality or with the school or whoever. You investigate this. You come up with the decision. You report it to council.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've looked at this particular notice of motion, and I made a few notes here. First of all, you mentioned, Councillor Shawal, that every time we have an integrity complaint, we go for the jugular. Well, we only know of one integrity complaint so far, so that's unfair to say that every time. So there has been none that I'm aware of so far. This is the first one. Number two, yes, you mentioned that in 2018 and 2022 term, we incurred an excessive number of complaints. Yes, we did. And we have to look back to that term of office to appreciate what some of us went through. And we were on the receiving end. But I was hoping that at this term of council, this would not be one of those cases where we have to go through this as often or as much as we did in the last term. So I'm hopeful for this council that we will come forward and get through all this and move forward. So a couple of things. In filing an informal complaint and then a formal complaint will be a duplicating the effort, number one. It incurs valuable staff time, council time, and it does cost more money. So that's one item. Filing an informal complaint also erodes a 6-week statutory limitation period for filing a formal complaint. So if you go to a informal complaint, all that time that you wasted doing that is then is actually eating into the time required within the 6-week period to file a formal complaint with the IC. I believe that's true. Is that not right, Michael?
Through you, Mayor, I mean, I suppose it depends on how it be filed, Councillor Frake. So again, if someone was to file a formal complaint with me, and then say we want to mediate it, it doesn't need any time at all because it's been filed. So it just depends on how we define what is filing, because right now no one's filing an informal complaint with me. They're filing a formal complaint with me, or they're dealing an informal complaint with the clerk. So it would really just depend procedurally how it gets set up, like from an administrative point of view, how that gets set up. I would say that if someone makes a filing to me, then I would accept that as the filing and that's the date and it wouldn't erode the time. But potentially, depending on how it's set up administratively, you could be correct. That could be the result of it if it's not set up properly.
Yeah, because we have a 6-week time frame.
Yes.
And if we start with the informal complaint first, that time is then taken away from the 6 weeks. That's the way I read it. Is your question called? Did someone call a question?
I don't know if someone formally called the question. Not everyone has spoken on it. So, and Councillor Charwa spoke twice, I believe. So, if the question's been called, I read the resolution. So let's just use our e-scribe and vote on it.
So clarification then, was this with point of order, this is another fumble with procedure, right? So the question was called and we continued, right? So this is just going to continue on and on and on.
I don't think the question was, in my opinion, the question was not formally called
I
on the microphone.
didn't hear the question being called. I'm sorry, otherwise I wouldn't have gone on with this.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we would have a vote, and it would be a 2/3 vote. Given the fact that not everyone had spoken on it, and I didn't hear it.
I'll rescind the question, finish the discussion.
So seeing no further questions.
No, I haven't finished.
Okay, you haven't finished. All right. I'll give you the floor.
Unless I get another interruption. I just made a few points, that's all that I just want to bring forward so that everybody understands. Informal complaints don't allow for penalties, and therefore they're less effective. Any penalties provided by the Municipal Act can only be enacted through the report of an IC, the Integrity Commissioner, followed by an additional penalties leveled by council if they want. Informal complaints also conflicts with the Municipal Act. You cannot force someone, as Mr. Mayor just said, someone to file an informal complaint when a formal complaint is available by law. If a councillor has been wronged, going to Councillor Vardy's point, is wrong in a public forum or a meeting, which in the case of Mayor Jordan, they should have the right to also file a formal complaint with the IC so that any clarification is also dealt with in the public domain. An informal complaint is not public and also can be anonymous, that's written right in there, if the complainant so desires. So you may never know who's complaining. Informal complaints are handled internally by the town clerk, which ties up admin resources, requires interviews, research, investigative expertise, and loads of time, but also creates a little bit of stress and angst between staff and council. It also risks confidentiality and may not be thorough. It also has tight deadlines which could interrupt investigators' reporting due to holidays, illnesses, or other delays. So there's a lot of things that we need to consider if we want to go down this road. And I'll leave it like that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Davoli.
Mayor Jordan, I just want some clarification on what the actual resolution is going to be, because there was a resolution put forward. There was a friendly amendment. So before we vote, could we just clarify what that is going to be?
Yeah, I don't think, and maybe the clerk can clarify for me, that the friendly amendment ever was put on this, and we're speaking about the original motion.
Yeah, through the chair, it would be up to the original mover, so.
Yes, so I said originally when Councillor Christian G said that, I said, yes, I'd be open to the friendly amendment.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I believe I said that therefore be it resolved that all reasonable efforts be taken by councillors to file an informal complaint before filing a formal complaint, with exceptions. If Councillor Sherrod wants to change that a little, I'm fine with that.
No, I'm up for that. Thank you.
So what we're changing with this friendly amendment, what it's doing is changing our procedures. So instead of the informal process going to the clerk, it goes directly to the integrity commissioner. So it goes out of house, so it incurs extra costs. If we,
I'm going to have to call a point of order as well. Are you allowed to make?
I stated it as a point of clarification. So,
but it sounds more like an opinion.
It's fact. Councillor Christian.
Thank you. I actually didn't take it that way. I just thought that we would take all reasonable effort to file informally with our process now. Mr. Maynard said we could add in his services if we want, but I don't think that we said yes or no to that. So under my assumption, I just thought that we were just taking all reasonable efforts to file informally before we incur the cost of a formal complaint.
All right, so if I can continue on the clarification, so we all have it straight as a council, I think what we've debated here is that council feels that if a complaint is going to be filed, we should speak with the clerk first and try to solve it informally. And so I don't know if we need to put this in a resolution to do what best practice already is. So that's my opinion. So.
Through the chair, my suggestion would be, just so that we're not putting something that's already in there, that this be specific to council members, if that's agreeable. Like, I think that clarification would help accomplish what is trying to be put forward with this motion.
Councillor Vardy.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So let's say you have a complaint and you want to go through the informal process. What do you do? Just two people go sit in a room and talk it out? Or would there be, say, someone like Director of HR who would sit in and help to facilitate? Like, is it just the two people that is that how we do it? I just don't get the process. If we're not going to Mr. Maynard first, then what do? We just say, I'd like to sit down and just have a meeting with you and talk about this and see where it gets us? I just want to understand.
Through the chair, maybe I'll start, and if Michael wants to finish if I miss anything. The current process is that you would file an informal complaint, and the town clerk would mediate between the two people. If then they wanted to file a formal complaint and move to the next round, they would do so through a formal complaint process.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can sort of add to that. The role of the clerk is pretty much exactly what the clerk just said. The role essentially is to provide a mechanism for exchanging written submissions between the two parties without identifying who the complainant is. So really, it's sort of, here's the informal complaint to the respondent. The respondent would then file submissions back. If the complainant is happy with those submissions and agrees to, end the process there, then that's how it ends. There's no sitting in a room. It really is facilitating or mediating exchange of written submissions on point, with the hopes that that's through that process, the parties will come to some sort of an agreement not to move any further with another process, or to set aside the disagreement, or whatever the case may be.
All right, so the resolution that we have is, therefore be it resolved that council members make all reasonable efforts to file an informal complaint prior to filing a formal complaint wherever possible. I think that speaks to what we want to achieve here, and it cleans it up a lot. So I don't know.
So you take out the last line, formal complaints cannot be filed until.
Correct.
Yeah.
The last therefore is replaced with what you just read. It's already in the process.
Yeah.
Is everyone okay with that? All right, so I won't read the rest of the body, but moved by Councillor Sharwa, second by Councillor Korstanji. Therefore, be it resolved that council members make all reasonable efforts to file an informal complaint prior to filing a formal complaint wherever possible. E-Scribe. All right, so that's carried. Now, can I get a mover and seconder to receive the memo from staff? Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bradsey. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bradsey. Resolved that the staff memorandum on the Integrity Commissioner complaint process and timeline be received. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much for attending.
He needs one more.
Oh, there's one more. I'm sorry. Sorry, Michael. Trying to get you off the clock sooner. All right.
But all right.
The next Integrity Commissioner complaint process timeline, Councillor Charwa has moved it. Is there a seconder? I don't see a seconder. So this motion has failed. Thank you, Michael.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, the next one is on Lights and Parks. Councillor Charwa has moved it. We need a seconder. Councillor Bradsey. Moved by Councillor Charwa, second by Councillor Bradsey. Whereas the town of Grimsby strive to ensure safety of Grimsby residents, Grimsby businesses, and their properties, and whereas the town of Grimsby has experienced an ongoing rise in crime linked to vandalism, theft, and break-ins, and whereas the town of Grimsby is vulnerable to crime due to its proximity to the QEW as an escape route, and whereas the town of Grimsby is further vulnerable to criminal activity due to redirection and Niagara Regional Police resources outside of Grimsby, and whereas the local parks with minimal to no lighting are often locations where vandalism and crime occur, and whereas parks with adequate lighting may deter unwanted behaviors and crimes from occurring, therefore be it resolved that community services explore the installation of motion censored should have an S, lights in parks experiencing a high degree of unwanted behaviors and crime, particularly in the Olive Street Princess Park. Be it further resolved that community services provide a report to council on the installation of motion sensor lighting in parks experiencing a high degree of unwanted behaviors and crime. Comments? Councillor Charwa?
Through Mayor Jordan, thank you. So this was a call that I got from one of the residents in the Princess area responding to a break-in that they had. You probably saw it on CHCH. And in that discussion, he had told me that a lot of video cameras, the neighbors have videos, and it appears that people are using the very dark park to kind of hide, and then the pickup vehicle will come. So, I think this is probably something that might be happening throughout all of Grimsby. So rather than just looking at Ward 3, I think it would be, it would pertain to all of our wards and make sure that, if there have been parks where a lot of vandalism or crime or, unwanted behavior, like I said, is occurring, then maybe we need to look at the lighting, and hopefully that will, just be another barrier for people, and then hopefully, lessen the chance of crime.
Councillor DeVoley.
Mayor Jordan, I guess my question is to staff on this. So I think one of the assumptions in this resolution is that there is a lot of crime and that people are hiding in these dark parks. But do we know that for sure? I mean, we've had one complaint, and I acknowledge that concern. But I would think any study that we need to do first needs to go back to make sure the data is correct. That, is that where these crimes are originating from? Are they hiding in our parks in the dark? So perhaps I would just like to add that if we are going to take any steps on it, we need to make sure that those assumptions are really correct, that the data supports that before we go down that rabbit hole.
Councillor Bradsey.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. I also agree that I think that we need to have some data to drive this decision. And I would want to know some things on cost about what the motion sensors would cost. We obviously can't light every single park, every nook and cranny. If there are the odd, I don't want to say one-off, but small amount of instances where this is happening, they're probably still going to find a dark spot to hide. But one thing with our parks that I do think we need to bring up, currently we operate on a dusk till dawn, whether park use is permitted or not permitted. I think that doesn't make sense in winter months, especially when, sun goes down, it's dark at 5:30, 6 o'clock. I think we'd be better to change that to, say, a hard 10 p.m. or something like that. But as far as approving motion sensors off a couple complaints, I can't do that. But I do think, especially I've actually had two similar complaints about the waterfront trail, and they're very much looking forward to the lighting that'll be there. But most of these are all on light activity sensors. So when the sun goes down, the lights are coming on, and there'd be a substantial change to take that over. And I don't think we can just do that on a whim.
Councillor DeFlavia.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So, I mean, unless I misread the resolution, it's asking staff to report back on it. So it's not saying that lighting should go in all the parks. I've asked in the past about lighting, and the counter argument that I've heard just was that it creates an inviting environment where people go into the park more often when it's well lit. So I'm sure staff will have plenty of feedback on that. All this is asking is, hey, tell us why we can't do it or why we can do it and if we can do it and why. So I don't see any problem with asking staff to investigate lighting. It might very well say it's going to be, cost prohibitive, and then I'll definitely vote against it. But asking staff to explore it and to tell us why we can or can't do it is just the first step in the process. So I'm okay with it.
Can I suggest a friendly amendment? Just to this?
Councillor Vardy.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if I could suggest a friendly amendment and just say explore the installation of lights in parks experiencing high degree of unwanted behavior. And just take out motion censored, because they may not be the most appropriate kind of light. So, yeah.
Councillor Sharwa.
Through Mayor Jordan, thank you. That's fine. I thought motion sensor lighting was probably the least intrusive to the neighbors. That's the reason I put that there. But we can always have that conversation with, Public Works or whoever. Just that would be my preference. But if there's alternatives, that's fine. And again, this is just putting it out there, and if there are parks that we don't know of that experience unwanted behaviors, like a high rate of it, then they're the ones that are going to know, and then they can provide a report and we can have that conversation. This is just to get the ball rolling and see where this is happening and how we can fix it.
Councillor Korstanji.
Thank you, through Chair. I know we've had, we talk about the crime and stuff like that, but another consideration, and I've had residents inquire about this, is sometimes people walk through the parks with their dogs and stuff, and as Councillor Bradzi said, as it gets dark at 5 o'clock at night in the wintertime, you can't always see where you're going or what ditches are there and stuff like that. So as a safety feature, examining some of these parks, it looks at that aspect as well. So just another consideration.
Councillor Bradzi.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to re-echo the point that when it's dark, they're actually not permitted to be in the park. So it doesn't really make sense to me unless we revisit that.
Councillor DeVoley.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'm going to diverge for a little bit on this topic. So we're talking about community services exploring this, and I have to share that I am confused why this wasn't brought up at community services, why it had to come right to council. So might I suggest that if we're going to ask community services to respond, that they respond to the Community Services Committee that they report to, and then, of course, we will eventually get their minutes and their report and so on. But I'd like to suggest that it really should be handled at the committee level. That is our governance structure, and so we've kind of circumvented it right now by bringing it right to council. I'd like to suggest it go back to the committee that it traditionally would have gone to.
Can I just clarify? I don't remember writing community services in my motion before. I would have, like, right away, I thought public works, but I don't remember writing that. I don't know if this was amended.
Yeah, through the chair, this was something we had discussed on the phone. It was amended based on which staff portfolio has the parks. It's not public works, it was community services. So yes, it was amended, but we had chatted about that, I thought.
Okay, so I would still like this to be a council issue. Like, I'm quite certain that community services would probably support this, and then we're just delaying it. So if we can just.
You have a deferral motion, right? Yeah, there's a deferral motion on the floor, so Councillor DeVoldy, Councillor Bradsey seconded. Moved by Councillor DeVoldy, second by Councillor Bradsey, that the, where's it deferred to?
To community services.
That the motion be deferred to community services. All in favor?
It's 4. Do you want to?
4. 5. So the motion's deferred. The next one is on regional transit. Councillor Charwa has moved it. Is there a seconder? Councillor Korstanji. Moved by Councillor Charwa, second by Councillor Korstanji, where the town of Grimsby provides public transportation to its residents through NRT on demand. And whereas NRT on Demand is a well-used service by members of our community, particularly those unable to drive, and whereas NRT on Demand is often used by Grimsby residents for medical appointments which require consistent, reliable pickups and drop-offs, and whereas NRT on Demand riders have often reported later canceled pickups and drop-offs, difficulty booking rides verbally or in a simple, accessible format, not having accessible tools provided for those in need. For example, ensuring a metal stool is available for those at the curb. And whereas Grimsby residents using NRT on Demand expect and require consistent, reliable and accessible transportation when booking services, therefore be it resolved that the town of Grimsby communicate to Niagara Regional Transit the immediate changes necessary to ensure consistent, reliable and accessible transportation for Grimsby residents, especially those using the service for important appointments. Be it further resolved that Niagara Regional Transit provide a report to council speaking to the issues and challenges made to address customer service, accessibility and reliability of pickup and drop-off, and present a report to Grimsby Council. Discussion. Councillor Korstanji.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So one of the major concerns with NRT is accessibility. We have residents who have booked rides for appointments, a senior in particular, and has been left stranded. The ride has been canceled on her. She's been left stranded on several locations, have had at the last minute tried to get somebody to pick her up. I know from residents in the disability community that there's a lot of accessibility issues, and there is specialized transit for people with disabilities, but it does not do Grimsby to Grimsby rides. It is only Grimsby to St. Catharines or such and such. So we do have a accessibility issue with NRT, and I've spoken on this many, many times, and I think that this needs to be examined, and accessibility from a physical standpoint, but also a cognitive standpoint. This service is really supposed to benefit our residents who need transportation, and if it's not accessible to them and available to them, it's not doing what we need it to do. So this is a super important motion. We've talked many times on it, and I personally would like to see what has been done in the area of accessibility. This is a human rights issue. This is a liability. I think that this needs to be taken more seriously than it has, and we've spoken on it many times. So, I'm in full support of this motion.
All right, seeing no further, Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I just want to kind of ask, so in the minutes that we approved from corporate services, there was a Niagara Region Transit General Manager's 2023 annual report, as well as the Grimsby on-demand statistics. Does that not cover 2/3 of kind of what we're asking for here? Does not at all? Okay.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments, maybe vote e-scribe. All right, that's carried. This one was taken over. All right, can I have a mover and seconder for the correspondence? Councillor Bradley, you want to lift something?
Can I lift the motion from Pelham? Is it yours?
All right, so that one's been lifted. Why don't you start the discussion?
Let's keep it brief, too. I don't think we need to get too into the weeds on this one. We did already kind of endorse one on the flip side of this. I've already spoken to our MPP, Sam Moosterhoff, who also voiced displeasure for the OAB decision, and I myself am in support of Bill 165. Any discussion after that, I guess? See if it comes.
Councillor Korsanj.
Thank you. Through Chair, I do know that we do have residents who would like to delegate on this topic. So I'd like to put a motion to defer to add it to the next agenda so our residents can have a chance to delegate.
Yeah.
I'd second that.
All right, moved by Councillor Korsanji, second by Councillor Sharwa, that the correspondence from the town of Pelham be deferred to our May 6th council meeting. All in favor? Yeah. All right, maybe we have to do e-scribe. All right, the deferral's carried. So for the rest of the correspondence, I have Councillor Korsanji as the mover, Councillor Bradley as the seconder. Moved by Councillor Korsanji, second by Councillor Bradley. Resolved that the following correspondence be received. Town of Fort Erie requests for provincial government to support increasing funding for public libraries and community museums. Town of Fort Erie requests for provincial government to amend the deadline of subsection 2716 of the Ontario Heritage Act. All in favor? That's Councillor Korsanji has requested to endorse the Town of Godrich's resolution regarding a review of the Ontario Works and Ontario Disability Support Program financial assistance rates. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Howe.
Through you, Mayor, and this is just really nitpicking. I understand the necessity for it, but I do really take exception to the one line where, whereas people in need of social assistance have been legislated into poverty. I don't think we've done, and I'm going to group us, and I know we're not in charge of it. It's going to be province or federal level, but I don't recall anybody ever coming up with legislation to say we're going to keep you in poverty. So.
Councillor DeVolt.
Oh, sorry.
Mayor Jordan and my fellow councillors, I think the part I struggle with at this council table more and more every meeting is that we get things like this from other municipalities, and they are all good causes that individually many of us would support. But it's not within our mandate as a municipality to get into this. Just like gas decisions by the OEB, we're not experts on those topics. We don't even, as a lower tier municipality, we have nothing to do with social services or to providing care. That's the region of Niagara in our area that carries that functionality, not us. And so it's so hard, I find, that these topics come to us, and they are good causes by all means. But at the end of the day, our actions on this, we can forward this to 300,000 people, nothing will change. Like, the province gets these at their door, and I'm pretty sure they go into a really big blue recycling bin at the end of the day, because I've never seen anything come out of most of them. And many of them are on causes that are not within our mandate or our responsibility. And so they are all great causes, but no one around this table and none of our staff are experts even on this topic to be able to say to us, yay or nay, or this is right or this is not. Even at the region, of course, they have the resources to do that, but here we do not. And so I really struggle with some of the questions, some of the correspondence, some of our resolutions, and where we're going with this. There is nothing we can do on many of these, and I leave that as is.
Councillor Korsanji.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I understand that it's not our place to make those decisions, but it does affect our residents. And especially with a topic like Ontario Works and ODSP, we're talking about poverty. This directly affects a lot of my constituents who are struggling to keep a roof over their house, over themselves, who are, close to being evicted, and because of the social assistance rates, and they can't get ahead, and there's nowhere for them to go. So it inadvertently will affect us. I think that us being their voice and endorsing this and saying, yes, we recognize your struggle, and we're here to advocate for you, and we're here to speak for you, in whatever way we can, is super important for our residents to know. I'm not a fan of well, it's not my problem, it's not my decision, so, there's nothing I can do about it. I can't watch people struggling, our community members, our families, and say, you know what, that's not my problem, sorry.
Councillor Sharwa, then Councillor Bradley.
Through you, Mayor Jordan, thank you. I feel the same way. I can't just sit back and just let people just pass the buck to the next person. And I do agree that a lot of these things will probably just sit in a file and won't actually, it won't come, nothing will come of it. However, there are those instances where there is enough support from the municipalities that are saying, yeah, we need to change this. And we saw this demonstrated recently with Doug Ford and his proclamation that, yes, gender-based violence is an epidemic. So this all stemmed from all these municipalities that said, yes, we are going to declare this. We are asking you to declare this an epidemic. And now it's happened. And it's because of the municipalities and the push and the recognizing that this is an issue. And that's where it came from. If we all just said, no, it's not our problem, then nothing would happen. But now something has happened, and it's because of us.
Councillor Brads.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Well, I don't disagree that this is a good cause, but my issue is kind of more along the lines of Councillor DeVoley's, and it's that I don't see that this is a place, this is the municipality's place to be voicing these concerns to the province. And when we do in the manner that we do, we're in a way, we're scolding the province, and it's difficult to scold somebody and then turn around and ask for something. And I think around this horseshoe, we all know that we have a lot of asks from the province. And I think there's other ways to go about doing this. Like there's not just passing it off to the next person. There's offline forums that we can go about many of these issues that we don't need to be airing in a public council where like we've all just kind of admitted that nobody reads this. We're passing something that's redundant and out of our scope of work. That's the end of my 2 cents.
All right, seeing no further questions, I read the resolution, and please vote by e-scribe. And that's carried. All right, can I have a mover and seconder for the bylaws? Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 2423 as amended and 2424 to 2432 inclusive, and the same be read a first time, considered and passed. All in favor? That's carried. Next meeting of council is scheduled for Monday, May 6, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. Next, we will be moving into closed session to discuss a Windward Drive OLT hearing and potential land considerations for the Livingston Activity Center, Central French Immersion School, and Grimsby Secondary School. Can I have a mover and seconder to proceed into closed? And before we move into closed, good evening, everyone, and council will resume after the closed session. I didn't see good. All right, welcome back, everyone. Can I move by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake, resolve the direction provided in closed session regarding the 4 Windward Drive OLT hearing and the land considerations for the Livingston Activity Center, Central French Immersion School, and Grimsby Secondary School be approved. All in favor? And that's carried. Can I have a mover and seconder for the confirming bylaw? Moved by Councillor Bradzi, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 2433 and that same be read a first time, considered and passed. All in favor? That's carried. Meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone. Thank you.